Yeah, dude. This is awesome.
Welcome, everyone, back to the Erasmus Expeditions. I am here tonight with a very, very special game that I'm incredibly excited to be running. This is part of ATCon 2020 or ATConline 2020. And yeah, this is going to be a Halo-themed game run using the Mecha Hack rule set that was put out by Absolute Tabletop with some modifications to make it fit Halo just a little bit better. At least that is the hope. And we are going to be running a variation of the Frozen King adventure kit that is also available by AbTab. So definitely go check those products out on their own and get them for yourself because they're fantastic. But I'm incredibly excited about this. Halo is a very special game to me. Mecha Hack is a very special game to me, and ATCon is a very special event for me. And these 5 fantastic people are all very special players to me. So I am going to go ahead and tell you language is likely to be bad in this. It's probably going to be a little worse than it is in the actual video game. So if mature language and mature content is something that bothers you, then don't watch this game. But I'm going to pass it over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug whatever they would like, and then we are going to get this thing rolling. So first up, we have Alan.
Mute button. Hi, my name is Alan, and you can find me on social media at CFTRPG, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, etc. And yeah, and on the that's basically where I hang out and talk about RPGs and run games and those kinds of things. So go follow me there and check out that stuff. And today I am playing Thomas Preacher Walker, who is a Quipster pilot, Quipster pilot with auxiliary chassis. So I'm anxious to get into the Halo universe with all of these fine fellows and ladies, and I'm just ready to game.
Hell yes. All right. Next up is Karen.
So I go to choke just as we start talking. I'm Karen. I have a channel called Myth and Gears, where we play all sorts of games like Mecha Hack and Genesis and sometimes D&D. And right now it's kind of slow over there, but we're going to hopefully pick that up at some point. Tonight I get to play Phoebe Nicholson, otherwise known as Phoenix. She is a maverick brawler, and I'm super excited to be playing here. Thank you.
Excited to have you back, Karen. Long time no see, by the way. All right. Next up, we have Dwight.
Hey everybody, I'm Dwight, also known as the Big Bearded Nerd on Twitter. I call myself the lesser half of MTD, Mini Train Domain. We've been running things over on the main channel over there for for ATConline this weekend. I'm kind of excited to get out from behind the desk and in front of the camera a little bit and play some games with some new and old friends today. I will be playing Ethan Monk Chalmers, a engineer pilot with an auxiliary chassis. It's my first time playing Mecha Hack, so I'm super excited to mess some shit up. So let's go.
Excellent. I hope that we don't break you against Mecha Hack because the changes.
I hope I don't break your game again too. So
I'm sure it'll be fine. Excellent. Yeah, I'm happy to have you back, man. You played in the Tron game, and then you got to play in the game last night that I ran over on MTD, and happy to have you in the third game. So thank you. And yeah, you guys have been doing a hell of a job over there with everything with the con. So I appreciate the hard work that you all have put in, and we'll continue to do so, I know. All right. Next up, we've got Chad.
Hi guys, my name is Chad. I love this channel. Erasmus Expeditions and I are old friends, Jeremy. It's good to be back on this channel. It really is. I love Halo as well, and I will be playing Fallon Fox Elwis today, and he is a Commander Colossus mech, and I cannot wait to test this out. This is a very interesting new mechanics that we'll get to see. So yeah, other than that, my name is Chad. You've probably seen my face around. I love AbTab. This is awesome. Let's do this.
Hell yeah, man. Like I said last night, I missed your face. It's good to see you again. All right, last but certainly not least, especially talking about missing faces, Austin, baby. How are you?
A long time no see. It's been what? Half a week?
Week and a half?
But so I'm Austin. I'm going to be playing Gerhardt Samson, Gearhead, and he is a scout engineer, quick fixer. So we'll see how this goes. I am super psyched to be at AtCon for the 4th year in a row. So let's kick these splitjaws asses. I believe that was the in the briefing. I like that one. Yeah, let's crush the Covenant.
That was not the button that I meant to press. So instead, I'm going to press this button. The familiar voice of Admiral Siegfried Grast crackles through the interference as his underlit blue face briefs you from the screen. The Lambda-class system, the Lambda Serpentis system, better known as Jericho, is no stranger to the hell that this war has wrought upon our species. 20 years ago, Jericho 7 was one of the last outer colonies to be glassed. It has been 4 days since a rogue planet has entered the system. In that short time, the Covenant have destroyed the space station that was monitoring the system for slip space signatures, as well as 3 patrolling gunships. We received word that 24 hours ago they landed a sizable force onto this rogue planet. Now, without a presence in the system, we are not able to scan this overgrown asteroid to find out what it means, what makes it so damn special. That is where you come in, Spartans. Each of you, if you would please, describe your Spartan to us as we see them climbing into the ODST drop pods that are being prepared to launch them onto this rogue planet.
So I'll go first. So Monk, he's quiet. He moves when he moves across the floor of the bay. You don't hear him. His footfalls are light doesn't make a sound as he climbs up into his suit. And he's an engineer. He's the smartest one in the group, and he knows it, or at least that's what he thinks. He didn't say it much, but that's the way he looks at his teammates. He trusts them implicitly, but he also knows he's the one that's gonna be there to get them out of the crap that they dig themselves into. So he's an average build guy, but he's got battle scars. He's got a scar across the right side of his face. He's got that. He's relatively young, but he's got that 1,000-yard stare that comes from having seen some shit in his day. So he locks himself in, and he just starts looking around at his partners, not saying anything, but ready to go.
I think Fox would be probably at the edge of the dropship, kind of like escorting the rest of the crew onto it. You see this Spartan with massive armor wrapped around him. He has, I don't know how it's attached in game, but I think he has to carry it. I don't think he can actually have it attached to him, but there is you see that he has a large heavy machine gun that he's carrying on board. And with his helmet off, you see a grizzled old man, Fallon Fox Elwes. And he looks to the rest of you. All right, troops, we've been given our orders. On board now.
Yes, sir. And Gerhardt moves very lively in fairly it's fairly thin armor. It looks like it's designed more for mobility than maximum protection. And he is under, before putting his helmet on, you can tell that he's a kid compared to most of these other men and women. This may only be his third or fourth mission out, but he has the eagerness of a young man, and so Gerhardt steps forward. Yes, sir. We're gonna take care of everything, and he slides a wrench, this large wrench, into a sort of socket on the side of his armor, and he pulls out his energy weapon and starts spinning the sort of revolving chamber, testing each of these recharging cylinders, and locks it into his holster.
We see Thomas in his blue and white Mjolnir armor, his helmet just kind of holding underneath his arm as he brings it up, and he's got kind of combed back, kind of wavy, sandy blonde hair, almost kind of a pretty boy, if you will, as he puts this helmet on and it locks in. Preacher signing in. All right, Commander, let's go kick some Covenant ass. As he locks into this scattergun and holsters it to the side.
And lastly, we see this, I guess you'd call her a woman. She's also got her helmet under her arm as she's walking up to the ship. She's in large Mjolnir armor. She's kind of a fairly big woman. It's black with red, and there seems to be extra plating around it, so it's bulkier than normal. And the woman inside, you can see that the hair is actually kind of like grows in spotted clumps. It's not a full head of hair anymore. The one side of her face is very scarred. severe burns. You can see that she'd had some sort of fire damage at some point. And just as she's approaching the ship, the dropship, she clicks the helmet in place. And you can see that the weapon that she's carrying is also probably not standard issue. It's a Covenant weapon. She is holding a needler. And she gets on, is like, all right, Commander, let's do this.
Firestorm Team loads into these 5 readied ODST drop pods, and you have the long wait as targeting is acquired, and your ship comes up behind this rogue planet that is rocketing its way through the Jericho System. There's lots of particles and ice that are coming from the wake of this thing, and it's going to help disguise your approach. Your trajectory is going to have to be corrected for your touchdown as you are making this approach with its correctional little I just dropped the word, the jets that are going to kind of go off and correct you as you are traveling through space. You are to touch down near a location that your pods have started to register now as small arms combat. All of the signatures read as Covenant. Thrusters. Thank you, Austin. Perfect. And then, one after the other, immediately, you are fired into space. As you rocket your way in the ODST pods, these things shaking and vibrating all around you. These trails, these streaks of ice and light are zipping past the outside of your pod as all of these panels are lit up around you, dancing with different metrics and measurements and scans that are all running on their own accord. What are you going to do before you make touchdown?
I think Preacher gives out a yeehaw, but he looks over at Geralt and says, "Don't throw up inside your helmet, boy."
Yeah, Gerhard is grinning, just this like almost terrifying, like just like trying to enjoy the adrenaline rush, but clearly in some sort of discomfort.
Monk is just kind of nonchalantly chomping on his gum. He's touching at some of the panels, checking readings, kind of looking from side to side.
I think very similarly to Monk, Fox is a well-worn veteran, and he will, while he's in this dropship, be he doesn't have a lot of movement. He's a big boy, but he immediately will call out as they're dropping down. We have our orders. We have our heading. Do as you are told. Make sure every shot counts. And he will... I don't really know if there's anything else I want to do while we're dropping, but I'm ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah, likewise. Phoenix is probably one of the calmest as well, just standing while holding the gun across her, waiting, not really moving, almost like she's in a trance, kind of just waiting for this ride.
As the 5 of you rocket in towards this rogue planet, you begin to near your landing. You would have entered an atmosphere at some point had this been a living planet, but instead now you look beneath you and you can see that the planet, though it used to be covered in what looks like ocean and dense jungle, now far from its star that it once orbited, it is completely white. Breaking up the frozen landscape are the signs of a sprawling city beneath you. Your pods begin to send up alarm, and red lights take over and dominate the small space where you are kind of strapped into this pod. And there's warnings going off everywhere as you near impact. And then in rapid succession, the 5 of you crash into different places in this city. There's a loud alarm that begins to sound, and a panel above the door to your pod begins to blink. Warning, 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 clear. And then there's a 3-second count before the door of your pod blasts open. The front falls, hits concrete, and skids to a stop some ways away. Your pod partially buried in the rubble that it created landing. This broken concrete and frozen ice kind of forming this crater around your drop pod. You are now able to exit, but first, before you do that, I need everyone, please, to test systems. Okay, I've got success from Gerhard.
Jeremy,
Success from
remind me, what is the die for systems?
You want it's your
the main
system
will be a
attribute.
D20.
You want to roll under.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Phoenix is the only fail so far that I have seen. Yeah. Did I get yours, Fox? What you got? Okay. Fox, you and Phoenix, whenever you have landed, both of your shield points have completely been wiped out from the impact. So wherever it was that you landed was a particularly hard spot, and there was a lot of kinetic energy that kind of was felt through the entire pod. Your door has still come off. You're still conscious, but your shields are beeping at you. Each one of you, please describe to me narratively how Firestorm Team reunites after being semi-scattered by your landings, and how you mop up some grunts and jackals along the way.
Gerhard is quick out of the pod. As soon as it's down, as soon as the door blasts off of this thing, he is almost with it, like launching out of it. And he tucks and rolls and dives behind cover, pulling his gun, readying himself. But he looks up and there's nothing in his immediate area, not yet, but he can hear that there is something coming. And he engages his cloak and moves to the side of the building, holstering his gun, pulling his wrench out. And as soon as a little kobold comes around, he just smashes it in the face with the wrench from this cloaked position, and then moves as quietly and as unseen as he can to try to rendezvous where the other dropships seem to have landed.
Yeah, I think as Phoenix lands, and she realizes her shields are down with that pulse of energy, and she's like, "Fuck!" And she's like hitting almost like the control panel, trying to get the shield back up, get anything working, and she's not really paying attention to what's going on until it's almost too late, and maybe like 3 of these grunts are kind of about to surround her, and she notices it, and finally, like kind of from that kneeling point stance that she was in, she kind of just pauses for a second, and then all of a sudden you see this like blade come out of one of her oversized gauntlets, and she just swings up and around behind her in this huge arc as she spins on her knee and foot, just kind of taking out the 3 grunts that were trying to sneak up on her. And then she rendezvous again with Gearhead and the commander, all the while still trying to fix her shields.
Imagine the pod skids and, eventually settles into the ground, and it's just kind of sitting there for a while as these grunts approach, and they come up to the drop ship, and they touch the panel outside, and the door opens up. They look inside, and in the pilot's chair, there's nobody there. And as they begin to turn, one of them gets clocked in the face with the butt of this scattergun, knocking it out. The other one gets just a point blank blast into the face. Hear a shell hit the ground. Over the comms. Preacher checking in. Commander? Anyone?
Yeah, the commander will Fox here. I'm fine, but shit, the drop was heavier than I thought. And he will look out, and I imagine there probably are a couple of grunts coming toward his pod. And rather than using any bullets, rather than using anything, he'll step out and just full on side swipe with the butt of the heavy machine gun, just punch one of them out of the way, another one out of the way, and then he will if there's a possibility of even being able to do this. Let me see. I just want to make sure I got this right. Yeah. Yep. I do have. He'll pull from his back. He'll pull a blade out, and one of the lancer weapons just sinks into the back of one of the final grunts as they try to run away. He doesn't move up deftly, but it's like a freight train just punching it in as it goes down, trying to make sure it doesn't get away. What would Preacher's number be in terms of the fire team?
Let's go with Firestorm 3.
Firestorm 3. I'm here. Everything is okay, but could have gone a lot better. Where are you at?
Copy that. Firestorm 1 pulls up just a holographic map, kind of laying out the hills and valleys of this area. I'm rendezvousing on your position now.
Good. It'll take some time to get my shields back up. And he'll look around and see if any other particular grunts or Covenant are coming in his direction.
So you hear the radio crackle. Firestorm 1, this is Firestorm 2. Tracking your position. Do you need assistance?
He would respond back. Shields took some heavy damage, but otherwise I feel fine. We should rendezvous together.
Roger that. Proceeding to rendezvous point. When Monk came to a stop at the surface, again he's watching his HUD the entire way down. As soon as he lands, he knows basically exactly where everybody else landed, and because this team works so well together, he knows the most likely point that we'll need for our rendezvous point. He starts heading that direction when he hears Firestorm 1 has some trouble. He checks in, realizes everything's okay, and then proceeds on towards the rendezvous point. Moving very efficiently, using his HUD to tell where the enemy is and trying to find the most efficient route around them. He is moving through a building at one point, and a grunt moves up behind him while he's checking another direction. He silently swears to himself for letting that blind spot get past him, but without really even moving, he just throws his arm out to the side, and this blue glowing flail comes out of the wrist area of his arm, and it just wraps around the head of this grunt and crushes either side of its head. He pulls the flail back in and then continues on, meets up with the rest of his team.
Yeah, Fox would hear kind of this like sound from behind him, and see Gerhardt landing from his jetpack after like jumping off of a building and using it to soften his landing. And he looks at, you're not getting my transmission? Sorry, I was tinkering with this thing before we left. And he starts like fiddling with his helmet. He goes, Firestorm 5 checking in, and it finally clicks through your comm link. Sorry, I was trying to. Anyway,
he looks at you. Yes, I can hear you. And he's like surprised that you are doing so well. Listen, kid, this is going to be your first time with this crew, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I worked with Preacher once before, but the rest of you guys are new to me, sure. But I mean, I promise, sir, I'm gonna do a good job. Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Good. Stay swift and stay sharp. Let's move.
He gives a pretty cocky smile, which you can't see under his helmet, but you can hear it in his voice. He just says, "Staying sharp and staying swift is all I do."
Perfect. So between the 5 pods, 2 of them were damaged in the landing. The 2 that took out Phoenix and Fox's shields. So between the 3 that are remaining, you're still able to have their scanners triangulate a kind of an initial scan of the city. And after a moment, Preacher, indeed, you get this kind of layout of several of the buildings and things within probably 20-30 miles of where you've landed. So a fairly decent spread of this city. And your nav point Alpha comes up where the rest of you are able to meet and rendezvous together, as the rendezvous point was established ahead of time. As you guys are actually rendezvousing with one another, each of you please test systems again. Okay, 2 successes, 3, 4. Excellent. 5. Wow. All right. All of you. Again, as the scans of the city are kind of starting to roll in, your AIs inside your suits each kind of chime in separately to you outside of your comms, and they tell you that from the scans that this appears to have once been a planet by the name of Janjur Quom. It's the home planet of the San Shium, the race known as the Prophets. Now, the Prophets have long said that it was destroyed whenever its star collapsed. But if indeed this is the home planet of the Prophets, there could be a very, very bad reason that the Covenant have wanted this so bad. So is there any discussion that happens after that realization before you begin making your point towards nav point Bravo?
Is anybody else seeing this?
Yes, and it makes me unsettled, but we need to figure that out, and soon. The Covenant can't have that kind of power. Whatever it is that they're seeking. Whatever it is that these... What'd you say? What did you say their name was? The race?
The official
Here?
race, or what they're known as, kind of.
What they're known as.
The prophets.
The prophets.
Yeah.
Whatever these prophets were holding, the Covenant shouldn't have access to them. We need to make sure that this is done quick. We get in, we get out.
Well, if this is indeed the home of the prophets, the Covenant is all kinds of a zealot lot when it comes to their religious artifacts, so I expect we're going to meet some heavy hostiles.
He will smile underneath his helmet. Heavy hostility is what I meant for. All right. He'll heft the gun. He will start to relay commands. And I think he would look to Monk and to Gearhead as the two engineers and see if maybe they would be able to do some sort of a scouting to find the best access point for us to get into wherever we need to go.
I'm on it, boss. And immediately Gerhardt will just click on his cloaker and disappear from view. Reactor die. That's right. Okay, 7. It's a 1 or 2. It's a usage die, right? Yeah. So he'll disappear from view. He'll test the comlink. This is Firestorm 5. Can you all hear me just fine? I'm gonna go ahead and try to find an entry point.
I think before Gerhardt sets off, Preacher will kind of clasp him on the shoulder there. Doing all right, kid. Just keep your nose clean, keep your eyes open. And I'm going to use inspiring speech. So I'm going to use my action and I'm going to give him advantage on a single test made before. It says before my next turn. So I guess whatever test that he needs to make.
Excellent. So the 5 of you kind of start off in the same direction. Each of you picking a path that best suits your approach and talents. Some of you may be going together in formation on the ground, sticking to piles of rubble and hitting all of your corners as you're making your way from building to building. Some of you perhaps going up into the second or third story of these buildings and making your way along balconies and rooftops, things of that nature. Gerhardt, meanwhile, has cloaked himself with active camo and charged forward to scout things out. And as you do so, more of the scans kind of come in from this city, and a nav point Bravo appears on all of your HUDs, kind of indicating the direction and distance that you still have to travel to get to where this small arms fire scan had indicated that there was some kind of activity here in the city. You don't see a lot of Covenant, but when you do see a patrol, it looks like they're expecting trouble. Almost every single one of them has a wraith tank and 2 ghosts as they're patrolling through the cities of just these frozen white coated buildings. It is incredibly cold here, especially if you remain any place that is in shadow for very long. But you make your way through the city, and Gerhardt, you're the first one who finds your way out to a frozen lake. It's frozen solid from what your suit is able to tell, scanning the depth. The ice here is at least probably 6-7 feet thick. So your guess is that it's probably going to be perfectly fine, even though your suits are incredibly heavy. You've made your way out of this frozen lake, and you can see that the nav point that you are investigating lies ahead in a facility that rises up into the star-flung sky above, kind of at the edge of this lake.
Everybody, hold up. We got open terrain. Looks like we're gonna have to cross over this. There's a lake up ahead, but Bravo, it's right up ahead. So let me know what you'd like me to do. I can send a scouting drone if you need me to, but I only got one of them.
He would report. Gearhead, what do you see?
Looks like a facility. Looks like there's the lake stretches out a bit. So how, like you said, how tall is this facility? It seems like
just kind of like trying to get a gauge of how many people we may have to fight just to get in.
Yeah, so from where you are, Gearhart, you can see that this facility seems to kind of stretch all the way down to the lake level, in what would, I guess, be like subterranean levels if you were approaching it from on land. But on this side, you can kind of see that some of the structure kind of juts out of that cliff face towards you. And you can see that there's quite a bit of damage to this building, and it shouldn't be difficult to get inside of at all. But as far as how tall it is, it stretches up probably 20, 30 stories above the top of the cliff even.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So I'll just relay all of that to Fox and the rest of the team over the comlink. I'm still camouflaged. If you want me to run in, I can get a closer look. But it looks like we should be able to make our way inside pretty easily.
All right. Go in. First sign of danger, you pull back. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. And like just as soon as he says go in, like he's already running by the time he says yes, sir. Like you can hear that there's like a little bit of like, yeah, got it, yes, sir. And he's going to just try to move up to try to get as close as possible without being noticed. Keeping an eye out, especially on the upper levels, just to see if there's anyone that's like watching, so that if the rest of the team comes through uncloaked, if they're like how exposed they'll be.
As you're making your way across the ice, you don't see any movement, except for maybe the occasional banshee kind of off in the distance, banking through the sky, leaving kind of that kind of telltale plasma trail behind it. But even if they do kind of come close to this facility, it looks like they're simply on like a patrol circuit. They kind of just pass around and not seeing anybody because you're cloaked. They immediately go elsewhere in the city.
Can I tell about like how long the interval is in between each pass through?
Yeah, it's got to be close to 10 minutes before you see another one.
Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah. Then I'll say it seems like they're on a regular patrol schedule. Seems like about every 10 or so. So I can tell you as soon as one passes, and you can move up to meet. Looks like there's I haven't encountered any resistance so far.
Yeah, I think after that, like. I would rally everyone up. All right, everyone. We're gonna move in, and then I'll direct. Probably the best route would be to go Monk, and then Preacher, and then Phoenix and myself. Am I wrong? That's what I would look at doing, but I will ask the team for consensus.
You are the commander, sir. So you give the orders, and I'll make the move.
But that was just me being out of character. I don't want to control. Yeah, but So yeah, Monk and Preacher will move in first when we move in, and then Phoenix and myself will be behind. Because I think I'll also too. Have we been able to recover our shields by this time?
Oh yeah. All it takes is a use action on your turn to recharge them, so they come back very quick. Okay.
Roger that, Commander. Moving in.
So, as Gearhead is reaching the far side of this lake, actually approaching this facility proper, the four of you are kind of entering the other side of this lake, kind of crossing off from the shore onto the ice. What does it look like as the four of you together are crossing this expanse without the benefit of having active camouflage?
Monk would keep close to Preacher, relatively. Probably I'd imagine maybe we're bounding in, but relatively close distance. Keeping an eye on resistance, but not really expecting to see any.
Yeah, I imagine like we're kind of huddled side by side, and we're covering our 12 and maybe our 3, occasionally looking. Well, we figured Firestorm 1 and Firestorm 4 have our 6, so we're probably just looking at our 12 and our 3 o'clock as we're approaching the facility.
Yeah, and I think Phoenix is probably almost walking backwards at this point, following them, keeping an eye on their 6.
Yeah, as heavies will follow in behind and just kind of keep a close eye on everything.
Yeah, as soon as Gerhardt can see them, he's going to try to cover them as best as he can. Just he'll have his pistol out.
All right, so you kind of stack up with your Magnum someplace, and you keep them covered. Luckily, this Magnum has the slight zoom that can engage with your HUD and allow a little bit of range that normally wouldn't come from a handgun. And you cover these 4 as they make their way across the ice without incident. Gerhardt, just about the time that they kind of pass out of your vision, kind of like behind like an outcropping of rock or something like that, and you kind of turn your attention away, knowing that they've kind of traversed this safely. You make your way closer to the building to kind of find an actual entrance, and you find like this broken corner where the concrete and everything has been broken away, or whatever material this is, this kind of strange concrete-like metal surface is torn away by damage. And just at that broken wall, you can see the signs of conflict. You can see what looks like purple blood kind of frozen into the ground and on the wall. And not that far away, you see 2 grunt bodies that are bashed open and splayed out on the ground.
Who's seeing this right now?
Gearhead.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. I thought it was.
Oh, no,
I thought you
you're
were
good.
addressing someone else. Yeah. So immediately he's going to just very quietly. Everyone hold. We have dead hostiles on the ground. Not sure what's going on. And he starts kind of looking around, just trying to see if there's any other sign of what might have caused this.
I think you're kind of investigating that, kind of looking around the immediate area, not seeing any other signs in this perimeter currently. But the other 4 of your team now catch up to you, to find you, kind of trying to investigate this grisly scene.
Yeah, the camo is worn off by this point, and he's he's just crouched next to one of these corpses, just trying to see if there is anything obvious about what kind of damage may have caused this, if this was some sort of weapon or if this was an animal attack. Just try to see if there's any signs on the bodies.
This looks like blunt force trauma, but on a large scale. Something big, heavy, and maybe even somewhat flat hit these things and killed them.
Sir, I'm not sure, but it looks like it may have been a vehicle or something, or maybe they had something dropped on them and removed. I'm not sure, but look at the amount of damage. Whatever it is, hits hard.
By this time, I'm assuming we've all caught up and we're all there. So Fox would kneel down his armor. In his armor, it's kind of difficult to do that, but he would kneel down and look at it and, well then, son, I suppose then we shall only have to hit back twice as hard. And he'll pick up the front of his machine gun, and he'll take point this time as he begins to move through the hallway with the heavy gun. He will look to Monk. Do you have anything that will allow us to see what we're getting into?
Nothing beyond the regular, just the normal radar, sir. So
very well. Figured I'd ask.
You guys also do. Each of you have a flashlight that is built into your armor.
He would definitely pop that on, and you just see this like. I like to think that his armor is black with the slight orange accents, with like a the fire team emblem or the Firestorm emblem, but the Firestorm, like where it comes into, is a fox face for his specific logo, and then he will move forward with the light on his shoulder. We stay together, and we shoot on sight. Ready? Go. And even if we do kind of break away a little bit, we're all staying kind of in a standard formation.
You all kind of have to step over some of this rubble, this kind of half wall that's kind of still existent in this corner. You step through into the facility on the other side of this wall. And it is dark. The only light now is from the flashlight of the 5 of your suits of power armor. And you discover, after mere moments of being inside, that you're inside of a cryo facility. You see these long corridors made with an architecture it's Covenant, but then it's not. It's almost got elements of Forerunner architecture to it. Almost like what has been found on the Halo. And though there are long rows of these pods along several of the walls of these corridors, all of them are empty.
Jeremy, does it look like, even though they're all empty, does it look like, do I see anything that would give off that something or someone has been in those previously?
Roll me a systems check.
Yeah. That would be 5, so that is a success.
So kind of doing a preliminary scan, just as you're passing by these things, just kind of setting the AI in your suit to that task. It comes back with information that, in fact, these things at some point did hold some kind of biomechanical, or not biomechanical, but some kind of organic material. But it's been 400 years, give or take.
100 years. And I believe, like, we all individually have our own AIs, correct? Okay. So I believe that Fox's would be named Jarvis, because that's how I figure it. And Jarvis, run a scan for me, if you would. This main room. Life forms within the next however many feet this room is, just down this corridor, making sure that there's nothing in our immediate vicinity. That
Okay. Very promptly, the voice in your helmet comes back.
Scan is complete, sir. And there's no other life forms within reach.
That is odd. Very odd. Thank you, Jarvis.
Of course, sir.
No other life forms. Yet there was clearly something here. He'll like trudge forward through it, keeping an eye out for anything. Clearly something hit those grunts, and it's making him unsettled that there's nothing in the nearby vicinity of that.
As the five of you are pushing further into this facility, trying to discover what it is that could be here, why this place, you do discover signs of plasma discharge. The telltale broken crystalline fragments of the pink needlers that Phoenix is so fond of using. The score marks of plasma blasters and plasma pistols and heavy repeaters splashed across the edges of doorways and things as you're passing through them. And there is more Covenant blood, this kind of purple and teal, kind of spattered, and some that are even kind of smeared further and deeper into this facility as you go. But you don't discover any further bodies than the two that you found outside.
Are there any like terminals or anything that we can like jack into and get some information out of like the facility?
Absolutely. Who's doing that?
Well, I mean, out of character, I have a system of 16, but if one of the engineers has a higher system that may be able to jack into the system and do their thing, maybe.
You're muted, White.
I would definitely be doing this same thing, but I got the same system score, so either way works.
Okay, absolutely. I think there is a aid or help other action in Mecha Hack built in. So if you guys want to team up,
I believe so too, but I don't remember how it works.
I think it's just advantage.
Yeah,
D&D. That's what we're going to go with, at least.
You can add an aid and make them roll, I think, with advantage.
Yeah. So whoever wants to
basically
lead the
whatever
charge
the
on
simple Whatever the simple common sense answer is,
Right.
Mecha Hack will
Right.
be like, that. Go with that.
Well, as a quipster, I pretty much have that ability. I can grant somebody advantage on their next test. So I'll give it to Monk, and I'll just be like, you got this.
Yeah, you kind of like, maybe walk over and kind of pound some of the ice off of the terminal. Like, hey, Monk, do your thing. Kind of.
Yeah. So Monk walks over to the terminal, and he has no real name for his AI. He just calls it computer. He's not attached to his AI at all. Computer, run diagnostics on this panel. Report back. What are we dealing with here? And I succeeded.
So
Again, after just a quick moment, the voice inside your helmet comes back.
it appears that this was once a cryogenic freezing facility. And it doesn't look like all of the occupants have been evacuated.
And where exactly can we find these unevacuated occupants?
Setting a nav point now.
The nav point, Charlie, pops up on your HUD. Up ahead of you, a mere 50, 60 meters yet to go.
Yep. So, and I would have automatically set any nav points to be relayed to the team.
And do our systems, are they automatically detecting life forms? Like, does it have the radar, or is that something that we have to?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys have the motion tracker.
Right. Are we detecting anything at the moment other than us, obviously?
So they only go out so far, and you realize that with the thickness of the ice and the kind of material and stuff that this building is made out of, that it has seemed to have shortened the range. Like, even some of your fire team, if they kind of get too far away from you, their reading on your motion sensor kind of starts to dwimmer out. But ahead of you, you are starting to see a little dwimmer kind of blinking in of a multitude of red.
Okay. Yeah, so I sit there, maybe just kind of like tap on the helmet, like, you with me, Father? That's what Preacher calls his AI.
Of course. I'm right here.
Firestorm 1, are you picking this up? I imagine like it's probably like a little staticky, like, but there's like little flickers or little blips of red.
Yeah. So it starts out as one little blip of red, in his HUD, and as he takes a step forward, like, and you're saying this like bip, 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 more come, and then eventually, just like you had in your screen, it goes all red and shit. He'll hoist it up. Which direction?
He'll point his scatter gun where all this red is coming in. And Preacher says, therefore, my beloved brothers, be steadfast, immovable, and always abounding in the work of the Lord, and knowing that the Lord, your labor, is not in vain.
This is why I'm glad to have you, Preacher.
Roger that, Firestorm 1. Kick ass.
And for all intents and purposes, I think we're going to move in.
Excellent. Suiting up in kind of assault formation, Firestorm Team presses forward. The blips on your motion tracker becoming more solid, and lots of movement. It's not far movement. It's like more of just like an undulating kind of shuffle on your motion tracker, just enough to kind of keep it active in this red blob ahead of you. And after many empty corridors filled with nothing more than frost and shadows, you enter a strange room. The howl of space can be heard as portions of this room's ceiling are missing. Against one wall, on a raised pedestal, there is a strange-looking sword with a brilliant blade of orange light. Hang on. Hold, please. Technical difficulties. Where did I put it? Oh, wait.
I think we've gone too deep. Our AI are on the fritz.
There we go. Who's doing this? Against one wall on a raised pedestal is a strange-looking sword with a brilliant blade of orange light, with part of an armored arm still attached to it. The ground in this room is rainbow-hued in purple and teal blood of the Covenant forces. And it is when you notice their bodies, and that is when you notice their bodies, their faces contorted into frozen screams, dangling from the rafters of this room.
Sir. Up. What is this?
I
This is carnage.
don't think I've ever seen anything like this before.
Gerhard is staring directly at the blade. He hasn't even noticed the corpses above, and he activates his AI, which he has reprogrammed to sound like himself in a fit of young self-centered conceitedness. And he says, "Samson, have you ever seen anything like this before? You got anything in the database on it? What is that thing?" And he's just looking at it like, "Oh shit, some new tech. Like, what is this? How am I gonna take it apart? Can I take it apart? Can I take it apart? I want to see how it works."
Absolutely. You're going to make me do an impression of you as your AI.
Yeah, that's some really cool looking stuff. You should definitely go check it out. It's a Forerunner tech, if I'm understanding these scans right. It has the same kind of signatures to it as a Sentinel beam. You should definitely go check it out.
And he's just kind of like looking at everyone else like, so we need to get that thing out of here, right? And he'll look up, and that's when he notices the blood on the floor and the corpses on the ceiling, and he'll just stop dead in his tracks. Like, he had already started taking like a step or two towards it, and then just like, oh.
Gearhead, it's as you take a step or two into this room and look upwards at these bodies that you notice that there are some kind of worms that seem to be wriggling amongst where these bodies are attached. And you realize as you're looking at these things kind of moving and pulsing that they've actually moved a final icy body into place and have affixed it to the ceiling. It looks like these worms did this. And it's as you've entered that room that those worms fall to the floor in two piles. And they begin to take shape. Forming into the bodies of a pair of hunters right before your eyes.
Gerhard is going to start reaching for his pistol in an attempt to just panic fire at these things. He heard fire on sight, and he is going to follow that order to the letter.
This is where we're going to take our break. So, 5 to 10 minutes. Smoke them if you got them. Refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, go to the bathroom, etc., etc. If you're tuning in this evening, thank you so very much for joining us. We're just getting started. I cannot wait for the second half of this to see how this is going to go. Thank you so much for the 5 of you who are making this an incredible experience already. I cannot wait to beat the ever-living shit out of you. I love you all, though. All right, so sit tight. We will be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are coming back from our break for this game, Operation Ice Spear. We are playing Mecha Hack, trying to run a version of the Oath of the Frozen King, although this is, as you can tell, Halo themed. So thank you for tuning in this evening. It is greatly appreciated. Are you guys ready to get back into this? Yeah?
Sir, yes, sir.
Oh yeah, sure. Yep, definitely.
I'd like to cancel. I'd like to cancel my subscription and leave. No, we're
Beautiful. All right. So you came into this space, and Gearhead, you had stepped into the room to discover that these worms were attaching Covenant bodies to the ceiling. And as you entered and realized this, the worms dropped to the floor into two piles, and immediately those two piles begin to form into hunters. All of you, please roll for initiative.
Is that a mobility test?
It's mobility or system, whichever is higher.
There you go. Yep.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah. And I rolled a 1, so I'm set.
Nice. Excellent. That's 2, 4 successes. 5. Okay. So all 5 of you will have the chance to act before these things have finished completely forming and are able to respond to your presence. So, however you see fit, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just go first since he's the one in the room. Like he's already got his gun in his hand as he's entering. And as he drops his eyes on these things, he's barely even aiming. He's just pulling the trigger as soon as he sees these things start to form.
What are you firing at him?
Just the Magnum pistol. Firing
Okay, excellent.
At just at center mass on these worm creatures.
Okay.
That's a 1.
We'll call one of them left and the other one right. So which one are you aiming at?
Okay. Odd for left, even for right. And that is odd, so left.
Okay. All right. So did you test your power already?
Yeah, I rolled a 1.
Oh, that's right. You rolled a 1. Fantastic. So that will do double damage.
Awesome, because I have a 9 power.
I was gonna say that's a crit, isn't it?
Yeah, it
For
is.
the
Yeah,
attack?
so you'll do double damage.
So just roll and double it?
I don't remember if that's what's supposed to happen or if you roll twice. But let's just roll in double for now.
Okay, so that'll be 8 damage overall.
Okay, 8 damage. You realize as you fire and you hit the one on the left, it will deal damage to it. You said it was how much again? 7? What you said? 8? How much damage did you do?
8, sorry.
8. Okay. That it only takes 5 of that, as its thick plating that has started to form is going to cover the majority of its body. Okay, who's next?
Yeah,
I think. Oh, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say if nobody else goes, Phoenix is pretty hot-headed, and as soon as she hears Gearhead firing off his weapons, she will be in the room, assessing and shooting. Sure, as well. How far away do you say would they be initially? Like when you're in the room, like how far?
So initially you would be, I would say, near.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So, yeah, she kind of like just steps, sees these creatures, and is going to let the needler go, shoot it at the creatures. So these like pink purpley crystals like shoot towards the creatures on the other side. Have to test power. So that is a success. So as these things shoot through the air, they make that kind of a high pitched whistling sound, and then they strike a bunch, like almost like a dozen of these little crystalline needles, or attack, hitting each of them. So I'm going to split the damage between the two. And so one will take 4 piercing, the other will take 2, as these needles kind of hit them, and then almost like seconds later there's these explosions for another 3 and 3. So total damage on one is 7, the other will take 5 as these needles embed themselves and then explode.
Okay. Is the 7 going to the one that was undamaged or the one that has already been hit?
Okay, because I didn't specify before, I'm going to do this. So unhit. The 7
Okay, the
went to
unhit one.
unhit.
Likewise, some of their armor soaks up a bit of that damage.
And then as a move action, I have to roll my reactor die. So before I do my move action, I'll roll. And it's a 1 or a 2 that makes it go down, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I rolled a 6, so that's good. Then as a move action, I am going to do my charging strike, which is I can move up to a near enemy and make a melee attack against them. So she's like, you can hear it over the comms. She's not loud. She hasn't turned it off. She's got this battle roar as she recklessly attacks into the these creatures. She's going to go for the one on the left. They may be slightly ahead of the other one.
Yeah, just a little bit more damaged. Yep.
Okay, so I roll melee attack. That's power, right?
Yes, as a basis.
Okay, yeah, that's a 3, so that's just a regular hit. I did say recklessly, so I am going to use that ability too, where all of a sudden, like, it's almost like some of the shield energy goes into that sword that pops out of her arm, and it kind of glows a little bit. And this creature is going to take 11 points of damage as she slices into it. And I roll my reactor die, and I'm fine again.
All right. So you spray these pink needles through the space, kind of lighting up this room with a pink hue as you kind of cross and close with one of them. Now then kind of lowering the needler into one hand and using this arm blade to stab at this creature, finding purchase between its armored plates and driving this blade deep. And as you wrench this blade free, this glowing orange blood kind of sprays out backwards behind you and across the ground, kind of almost instantly freezing into droplets as it hits the cold air, the open space, and kind of tinkling across the ground, almost like gems that have just been thrown across the ice. Okay. Who's next?
Preacher comes up behind the commander and basically, like, from behind him, begins to, like, on his Mjolnir armor, begin to pull like these little levers that are on the back of his suit. Basically, like, I'm reinforcing him. That's the chassis ability I'm doing. But I'm reinforcing him. Basically, it's putting down these stabilizers for his artillery gun. And then you just kind of feel like the slap on the back of your helmet, like you're locked in. And then I'll say, light him up. So I will reinforce you. So you'll get a D6 that you can either choose to roll and subtract from your attack, or you can use it to avoid damage. And then I'm also, with my light 'em up, I'm inspiring you, so you have advantage on your next test. And I rolled my reactor, which is it's a D10, and I rolled a 9, so I'm fine there. And that is my 2 actions.
Awesome, man. That was great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I think with that inspiring speech from the preacher, Commander will smile under his helmet and begin to move in to the space. He will hit for his first. Can I use an ability and also take an attack?
So you get 2 different actions every round.
2 different actions every round. Okay, that's
and as long as you take 2 different actions, nothing is, there's no problem. If you take the same action twice, you have to roll your reactor die on top of any other thing that you would have to do.
Okay, so immediately seeing that there are 2 hunter-sized enemies in our midst, the first thing I will do is get into the room, find a space that I feel is a good setup point, and I will pull from my bag or pull from my back this this orb, or I forget how it looks in the game, but it's essentially the drop shield. As I pick it up off my back and then just fling it down in front of me, it opens up to reveal this like particle barrier that I can use to protect myself. And then I will bring forth the heavy machine gun, and I'm gonna lay in some heavy fire on these 2 enemies.
Excellent. So yeah, you know, the drop shield, no bullets or grenades will pass through the barrier. So I imagine you kind of like drop this drop shield and then walk forward enough so that the barrel of your machine gun is basically just kind of sticking out the front of this drop shield.
That was my mindset.
Okay,
just
perfect.
the barrel.
All right.
Just
so
Gerhardt will kind of jump to the side a bit to clear a little room for this thing when he sees it.
So I have to roll the d20, right? I have to roll to see if
test
I
power. You're
test
using
the
a heavy
power.
machine gun, right?
And I'm using a heavy machine gun.
Okay, so you're going to test power to activate firing mode.
Okay, so that's a 15. My power's a 19.
Perfect.
So
you have now created an area at close and near range, and you're going to do 4d4 damage to any enemy.
4d4 damage
until the beginning of your next turn.
Okay, sick.
When you're in firing mode, you can't move. So just remember that.
10. So that's 14. And then the D6 you gave me, Alan, how does that work?
So the D6, if you want to use it on your attack roll, it
on
would
the attack roll,
it would subtract from it to bring it down. So you would, that way you would succeed, or you can use it to avoid damage.
Avoid damage.
Basically, you have the D6 until you want to use it.
Okay, perfect. That's awesome. So that's all I needed to know. And then I had to roll my reactor die to make sure that and I got a 6, so we're good. Right? I got to roll over or under for the reactor die.
A 1 or a 2, and it goes down to die type.
Okay, so I'm good. I'm good for that right now. So yeah, you just see the commander step forward. Fox puts the barrel of the heavy machine gun down in the middle of the drop shield and lays out a barrage of ballistic fire on these 2 hunters.
I imagine that there are just bullets, tracers just kind of zipping through the air inside this dark room and pinging off, many of them into the walls, ceiling, and floor, cracking parts of ice that have kind of grown everywhere as you are throwing an abundance of bullets in their direction. Both of them have brought their shields kind of up in front of themselves and kind of lowered their heads with these spikes kind of sticking up off of their back as they hunch forward behind the cover of their shields. And though it does protect them somewhat, there's just too many bullets flying past, and it is going to tear into them, once again scattering these little beads of orange blood kind of scattering across the floor in every direction. Both of them, however, are still standing.
So I'm kind of also right there.
That's a great point.
Because I was in really...
I mean, would I be able to avoid friendly fire since I know she's there?
I mean,
it's not like
I would say you guys are pretty used to working around each other. So we can have just said that Fox kind of tilted the spray or whatever kind of more to one side or another, and you knew before even heading in that you would just kind of stick to the side, almost like in a flanking position.
Kind of like I'm using the hunter itself as a shield.
Exactly.
Gosh.
Yeah.
So yeah, some of these ricochets might be also coming and hitting you, but they're probably also deflecting off of your armor without causing anything more than just like superficial damage to your shields. All right, who's next?
So, so Phoenix is the only one that moved from our initial starting point, correct? All right. So, Monk just takes a couple of steps in and steps in directly behind Phoenix, and he puts his gauntlet on her back, and there's a terminal on her back where he jacks in, and through your earpiece you hear, "Right, Fee, you got this," and he reinforces Phoenix, and you'll get a +6 to your next roll or save, and then I'm just going to kind of hunker down behind her because that's what I got.
All right. I believe that's everybody. So, these two hunters, they are known for fighting in pairs, these hunters. They almost always come in twos. And these two look no different. They seem to be, like you, almost fighting in concert with one another, understanding how to move around each other and maximize their positions. They have an ability called Paired, which makes them a little more dangerous whenever they are close or near to one another. One of them has begun to charge its fuel rod cannon. The one that was on the right that wasn't immediately engaged with Phoenix. It has charged up its fuel rod cannon and is going to shoot it at the thing that first drew his attention. Gearhead, I need you, please, to test mobility. This green light fills the chamber as this...
That is going to be a failure. I got a 14 mobility and rolled a 17.
No.
This green kind of glob of plasma discharges from this thing's arm, sails across the room, and you can feel Phoenix and a Monk as this thing passes you. You can feel this wave of heat that passes by, and it impacts Gerhardt straight into the chest. Let's see, one near and another enemy close to it. So, Preacher, would you also please test mobility?
Ooh, that's okay.
Ooh.
Oh yes, I rolled a 3 and my mobility's a 10, so I'm fine.
Wait, Preacher, aren't you also behind the drop shield?
I am behind the drop shield because I'm behind the commander.
Oh, excellent. Okay, well then, yeah, never mind. Scratch that. I guess is everybody else either further in the room or in the drop shield?
I think it was me and the commander behind the drop shield. Phoenix is in the front. Gearhead's in the front, and
I'm directly behind Phoenix.
And yeah, and Monk's directly behind Phoenix.
So yeah, Gerhardt, you're the only lucky one, apparently. Nobody else around you to suffer from the splash from this, as you take 11 points of damage. This thing collides into your chest, and kind of throws you backwards, kind of leaving these kind of scratch marks in the surface of the icy blood that covers the floor of this room as it pushes you back.
Gerhardt hits the wall behind him hard as this thing sends him back, and he's brought to his knee for a moment, and you can see his shield is completely depleted. It's got that kind of like sort of sound, and he's just sitting, and he's barely struggling to stand.
I think that's where the phrase "in amber clad" comes from, as these amber kind of bolts of electricity are dancing all over the surface of your suit as your shields are kind of trying to bring themselves back online. And as this hunter that has charged his plasma cannon, his fuel rod cannon, and shot it at you has shot, he now makes that kind of lumbering like side shuffle step, kind of repositioning himself in the room, taking a little bit of distance, moving him from close to near for Phoenix and Monk now. The second, however, who is engaged directly at close range with Phoenix, instead of charging its fuel rod cannon, is going to rear back with its shield and slam it into you. I need you to please test mobility.
That is a success.
Excellent. So how do you avoid this large, metallic, flat piece of armor from slamming into you with incredible force?
It's almost like Phoenix was anticipating this, and right after her attack, and then knowing that Fox was going to set up the barrage like he does, she was already kind of dancing around this creature, and as it's trying to hit her with the its shield, she had kind of almost dropped to the ground and rolled under it, and is now going to pop up behind it.
And as you do so, the flashlight from your Mjolnir armor illuminates this beast from beneath as it kind of lunges forward, swinging its shield above your head with incredible force in one giant lurch forward. That is both of these creatures. Oh. Austin, I am so sorry. Because they're paired with one another, you're actually going to take an additional 5 points of damage.
Gerhardt collapses in a heap on the floor as that takes out the remainder of his hit points.
Oh.
So all of your armor and HP is gone?
Yes, I believe I took an overall 16 points of damage. And
So-
that would be exactly enough to deplete my armor and my health. I had 10 points of health.
All right. If it's our turn, I would like to go first.
It is, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
So yeah,
All of
you see
the notification from Gerhardt having gone down, that kind of doot, 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 doot on your HUDs.
yeah, I think Preacher at that point, we see him like move behind the drop shield. I'm going to move near over to Geralt. So I imagine like we see Preacher, this cobalt blue Spartan, move through, and he's gonna move in, and as he gets close to this hunter, he's gonna do the knee slide, where he's gonna like slide on his knees as this thing comes overhead, as he pops back up and he gets over to Geralt, and he's like, "I got you, kid," and he's gonna pull one of the med kits, and he pops it open, and because of the Mjolnir armor and everything, it's really just like this huge ass adrenaline shot, and he just pulls that out, and the mesh that's in between the metal plates, he just puts it in there, and it's going to hit you up with a D4 plus 1 HP. So let me roll that. That'll be 4 HP up.
Gerhardt gasps, screams as he comes to from this kind of combination of healing medicine and adrenaline, and just this like, ah! And he like raises his head as quick as he can. Like his gun is up, the first thing, and he's just bewildered, kind of looking around, very confused about where he is at the moment, but kind of somewhat able to tell what's going on. He like slams this button on his own armor that he has, and this an internal med kit that he's holding on to will go ahead and boost him up again. And second action would be say, Samson, need shields now.
Shields, recharge to maximum.
And you hear that telltale as the bar kind of across the top of your HUD refills and tells you that your shields are back online. So that is Preacher and Gearhead, yes?
So Phoenix, after rolling under and behind this creature shield, is going to lash out with her forearm blade again, almost trying to hit almost like the underbelly as she's still kind of lower down on the ground in this thing. And I just made it. Whew, that was close. So again, without thought to her own safety, this is reckless. So again, her shields dip, and the power kind of surges through the sword itself. Oh, that's a terrible roll. 4 more points of damage to this creature.
Okay. Again, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, as the second action, she too is going to computer shields. And then when there's really actually no response, she's like, damn it, Samson, shields.
Shields back online.
Perfect. Okay. Your shields likewise.
So, Monk is how far back is the commander? Is that still a
just one
commander
band?
would pretty much be right within the
behind you?
Because I took maybe a couple of steps in, dropped the drop shield, and then stuck the butt of the gun through the doorway.
Okay. So Monk is going to take a shot with his scatter gun as first action. And what test is that against?
I think it's still mobility.
Mobility?
No, I think it's still power.
Oh, it's power, yeah.
Power,
Yeah.
okay.
It's power. But it is a heavy weapon. So you're going to add 2 to both your attack and damage roll.
So your attack roll is more difficult to land, but you do more damage, even though they're both positive.
So that's he misses. I failed on that one. But then he is going to back up and take position behind the commander and behind the commander's drop shield.
Excellent. Okay. You fall back behind that kind of blue, almost spoon-shaped barrier of light, and your shotgun blast, as you're kind of moving that direction, that was kind of right when this thing had lunged and raised its shield upwards. So the majority of your shotgun blast, this 10 gauge, goes off, and it just kind of off of his shield as it's raised and embeds itself into one of the frozen bodies that's hanging up above you. It detaches from the ceiling and falls downward, shattering on the ground, almost like that scene from the end of Terminator 2. Okay. Who else? Has everybody gone this round?
I think it's just Chad, yeah.
Yeah, I think I need to go.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So for this round, I would... Now, can I use the heavy machine gun and use a chassis ability to do battle mode?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah? Okay. So I'd like to initiate so with being in that stance, and I don't plan on moving until they encroach upon me. I'm going to call out to Jarvis. Jarvis, battle mode engaged. And
Battle mode is engaged, sir.
And he will begin to... I don't know what that looks like thematically on a Spartan.
You tell me.
But yeah, so maybe it is some additional armor plates, right? Like the bottom of his feet kind of lock in place. Like he has those almost like grab boots. They'll like lock in place, and like maybe a couple other plates will begin to form in places where he could possibly get armor impacted if they were to come through. And I will again raise that gun up. And this time I'd like to use it in not just a spray and pray attack, but if I can, if there's one that's particularly close to me, I'd like to try and shoot it. And if so, I'd also like to see if I can get its back. If one's back is to me, because I know how hunters work, if one's back is to me, I'd like to be able to shoot toward the back of it.
So as the room is kind of laid out currently, all of you are pretty much one direction from these things. So you don't have a clear shot at any of their backs. But you know that there are gaps kind of where their, essentially kind of their belly meets their pelvis or their legs.
Right.
As well as kind of under their arms and things. So you can absolutely...
Yeah, I'm aiming for the weak points for sure. And then so with battle mode, I'm going to gain... I can either... You reduce incoming damage by 1d4, and then you add 1d4 to all damage rolls. So I will try.
I think also... Are you at disadvantage on mobility?
You are at disadvantage on mobility tests,
okay.
But you can exit battle mode with a use action.
Right. Although, I think with your you test power with your machine gun, don't you?
Yes, I test power with machine gun.
Perfect. So go at it. Rolled up.
Okay, so that's a 10 on a 19, so that's good. And then a 44 plus another d4. Okay, not horrible, but 15 damage. All
up. Okay. You watch as the majority of that does go through. This is the same one that is currently engaged with Phoenix, the one that kind of just swung its sword, or the one that just shot Gearhead?
I imagine that I am moving toward the one that just shot Gearheart because Gearhead just dropped. Okay. And I'm wanting to protect the one that is probably the most vulnerable at the moment.
Absolutely. Okay, so the two of them are showing now about the same signs of wear and tear. The majority of the damage from the commander's barrage does penetrate its armor, though not entirely. It does protect it somewhat. Okay. That was the last of the 5 of you. So it is now these things' turns. All right, first... Phoenix, this one that is still kind of dancing with you, this time around is going to try to attack you twice with its shield bash. So I need you to test mobility 1, and then let's just make the first one first.
So the first one I passed.
Okay, excellent. So once again, this kind of brings his forearm down, and as he slams his shield into the ground, there's like this... It's like the surface ice of this floor shatters underneath the weight of this metal shield. And then he's going to, from that position, kind of scrape it along the ground and try to sideways swipe it into you.
Second one I also passed, and I think at the time she was like, "Too slow, mofo!" as she's dodging out of its range.
Absolutely. This thing sweeps this... shield kind of over your head again. You're just able to stay ahead of these things. They are big and heavy, but they're also very slow. All right. The second is already beginning to charge his fuel rod cannon again. His arm, this ending in this kind of barrel shape. The green glow begins to summon from deep within that barrel again. It's going to shoot, this time at you, Preacher. So I need you to please test mobility. Unfortunately, Gearheart, I think you are close to Preacher, so you're also going to have to test your mobility, please.
I think that's pretty sure that's a fail, because my mobility is 10 and I rolled a 10, so I didn't roll under.
Yeah, I do believe that is a failure. Gearheart, I can't tell.
Mine's a 14 and I rolled a 14.
Oh no. Okay, so
Damn it.
this thing splashes straight into the side of Preacher, and the splash damage washes over you, Gerhardt. Both of you are going to take 5 points of damage.
Okay, that's acceptable. Is there more? Is it one of those like, oh wait, there's more?
Oh my
because
god,
they're
you're
both
right. I did it again.
Yep,
Sorry.
that's
They're paired
I'm sorry.
together.
Sorry to
Oh.
remind him, but I just
I
felt it
mean,
was better
if
to know now.
you wanna just drop to a knee, that's cool.
I'd just rather know now than later. I'd rather
Yeah, absolutely. That's my bad for forgetting it.
rip the Band-Aid off.
That was a further 6 points. So I think it's 11 total. That's right. Oh wait, there's more. You can win other fabulous prizes. Okay, that's the two of them. This one that is kind of closer to the other side of the room is still kind of lumbering sideways, trying to keep its companion out of the range of its fuel rod cannon while it's engaging those of you across the room from it. But other than that, that is the two of them. Back to you.
So, Preacher and Gearhead, are you next to each other, like immediately next to each other at this point still, or? So, seeing that you've been hit again, Monk immediately leaps over, drops down in front of the two of you, and he drops his drop shield to provide cover for the two of you, and then just turns over his head and says, "Heal."
All right. Jeremy, does our armor or shields, do they come back all the way on our turn, or?
You have to use a use action in order to bring them back. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes, so I will do that. Father, reestablish shields. And Geralt, how's Geralt on the HP side?
Gerhardt has 3 out of 10. Remember.
Okay. Yeah, so I will yeah, because we're in this bubble, so we can't fling projectiles out. I will. You probably have a better attack than I do. So I will, again, I'll take the second med kit that I have and I'll administrate that to Geralt for, again, another 4 points of health. You're set, kid.
Yeah, Gerhardt spits a bit of blood into his helmet, and thanks. What is your health situation? How are you doing?
Me, I'm only 1 HP. Out of 10, I have 9, so I only got a little bit of damage. Yeah, so I'm fine.
So then he'll say, Samson, when I said I wanted shields, I meant I wanted them on, completely on.
I put them back on. You're the one who keeps getting hit. Avoid that.
We'll put them back on.
Again?
And he'll, yes, and engage camo.
I do everything around here.
And I appreciate you for it. And I got a 3 on my reactor die. So I'm going to go camo and re-engage my shield. And I'm going to stay behind the drop shield.
Okay. I mean, are we going in an order, or is it just however we see? Okay. So I would like to do on this one. I don't know if I ever got a chance to re-engage my shields, or if they just re-engaged over time.
It takes a use action.
It does take a use action.
So it takes one of your actions on your turn to kind of
so
back on.
During that time, because my shields were still knocked down, I will tell Jarvis, re-engage shields, please. And then
Shields
at that
are
same,
engaged.
Thank you. And then at that same moment, I am also going to use one of my abilities called Battle Tactics. I'm going to use that, and it's probably Preacher that is the closest to me, or who is the current closest person to the doorway?
To the doorway that you entered?
Yeah, it says, as a use action, choose one close or near mech. They can immediately take a single move or attack action that does not count toward their total actions. Then your turn resumes.
Right. So these are range bands that Mecha Hack works on. So anybody that is close to you is basically kind of within melee range and just kind of beyond. Anybody past that point is considered near. So at the maximum inside this room, anybody would be far.
Yeah.
And all of your Spartans are within near range from you currently. So
yeah, I think I'm gonna look around, and I don't know. Does anybody? Probably Phoenix out of everyone has been hitting the hardest. So if Phoenix is near me, I don't necessarily want to just do another. I guess I'm trying to understand how this works. Do I get another action? Because it says then your turn resumes.
Yes.
Do I grant an action to them, and then do I also get to do another action?
So you get 2 actions. If you use one of them to battle tactics, then that's what
one
gives
of them
somebody else an attack, and then you would get another action as well.
Yeah. Okay. But engaging shields is an action.
It is a
so
use
if I did that first. Yeah. So if I did that first and then gave that to someone, I think I'll give that extra attack to Phoenix then, as I just stand in the doorway. I think the way it's mechanic or thematically going to happen is maybe I see this hunter shuffling back and forth, and I see her engaging, and then I see maybe a weak spot that she has an opportunity to do. And as he comes down with the shield, I go, Phoenix, strike true.
Yeah. You probably point out that fact that you were talking about earlier about the backs being their vulnerable spot. And she would absolutely be in the position to kind of, just swing a little to one side and be right there.
All right, so I will strike out at that. That is a success. Just a regular success. So, so can I use my pilot ability at this time when it's like an action there?
What does it say?
It's when I make a successful attack, I can choose to reduce my shield points.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so I will do that. So again, her shields kind of flicker as the energy goes out on the weapon. Ooh, 9 points.
You stab your blade in and kind of rake it sideways across, and several of these, it looks almost like cutting through pure muscle. These worms are wound so tight together that you sever through some of handfuls of them as they kind of and spray this orange blood once again. But this thing is bleeding out everywhere, and yet it still stands.
All right, so then I guess I'm the last one to go because I think everybody else is gone. She will attack again with the sword, seeing that it's kind of vulnerable there, but that it wasn't quite enough to finish it off. She is going to continue to slash at it. Okay, I have a question. Because I rolled a 5 on the die, and I have that -6 die. Can I bring that down to a crit? Or does it have to be a natural 1 or, in my case, a 1 or a 2?
You know what? I'm good with it. Roll it and see if it will do so. So you have a -d6 or a -flat 6?
Oh, I don't know. Is it a flat?
I think it's a 1d6 when you have that.
Oh yeah, the inspiring speed.
The inspiring is
not the inspiring speed. The reinforce. Yeah, it's a d6 that you roll and you subtract from your attack roll.
Okay, that's perfect. I will try because a 3 or better, and I can get it. Oh, I rolled a 4, so that would bring it down to 1.
Perfect. So yes,
Yeah.
let's count it as a crit. Absolutely.
Perfect. So that is, so that's roll the damage and double it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm also going to do that reckless attack again. I like wasting my shields because it's fun.
That's what they're there for, right?
All right, so I'm going to roll the double die, I guess, first. Is that how it works?
Okay.
Or all of it going to be doubled?
What is the AP? Dropping your AP does?
Rolls an additional damage die. On a successful hit.
Let's go for broke. That's fine. We'll double it all.
Okay. So I rolled 10, so that would be 20 with this strike.
Holy shit. Okay. What does it look like as you drop this hunter?
So I imagine that she sees how vulnerable the back of this creature is. And so with this one, she almost like leaps up, using the force of her armor to kind of lift herself even higher. And almost like double-handed, she brings down this, I guess it's like one arm, brings down this blade that's attached to her gauntlet. And she punches into it and embeds the blade into it nicely, and then her weight and the gravity will pull it down, just kind of like slicing into this creature until she lands on the ground.
The heft of this enormous creature falls underneath the weight of Phoenix, kind of almost splitting open like some kind of disturbing fruit. And you can watch as the orange worms that kind of make up the entire interior of this thing, these Lekagolo worms kind of just slither and almost dry up, starting from the wound and spreading outwards until they just kind of freeze and the wriggling stops as they come to a demise.
And without even more of a hesitation, how far away is that other creature? Like, I know it had moved away. Is it
He is near
me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So like almost with this battle rage that Phoenix has got going, I'm going to use charging strike because it's a move action where I move and immediately make a melee attack and then roll my reactor die. Okay, so that's a 2, which is also a crit for me because I have crippling damage. So Phoenix is like in full on
The hell of a round for Phoenix.
freak out mode. Yeah, she has no more shield points left to do that other attack, so it's just a regular one doubled, which will be 10 points total on the second one. And then reactor, which is a 3, so that's good.
Okay. So you drop this one hunter and then round on the second and charge into it. And as you're charging at it, it kind of like has lowered itself down, seeing its paired mate. Might be kind of the wrong word, but its paired partner going down. It bears its arms outward and charges just at you with the same ferocity. You two meet in the middle and you stab your blade into it. And now you know that this thing is probably going to be gunning hard for you.
Yeah, and I think everybody else can hear over the comms like kind of almost an answer guttural roar as Phoenix herself is kind of growling back at this thing.
Yeah, you just hear Gerhardt say, like, what the hell was that? Is there another animal in here?
Nope, that would be Phoenix.
All right. Which of you is going next?
Oh, so they went.
No, I think it's,
That was all of us, wasn't
I
it?
think
yeah,
that was
it's
all.
creature.
Yeah.
all of
Oh,
us
was
were
it?
around.
You're
Yeah.
the last one to go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the first one obviously is not going to do anything. It's going to lay there. However, this one that you just elected to engage with Phoenix is going to attempt once again. Yeah, I think it's only got eyes for you, so it's going to be 2 shield bashes. So that's a test for mobility first up.
Okay. Oh, that's a pass.
Okay. Once again, this shield just cuts the air above you and nothing else. And then you're going to have to make a second one as it brings it down towards you.
And I think she's kind of taunting it after the first one, like, you got to be faster than that. Oh. Yep, that's a 7, so that's good. That's a pass as well.
Okay. Once again, you sidestep this thing as it cracks into the ground, sending frozen sheets of like shattered Covenant blood ice kind of everywhere in the directions all around you. Okay. That was this thing's turn. So it's back to you.
Preacher says, these are some tough sons of bitches, but be on your guard, stand firm in the faith, be courageous, and be strong. I'm going to inspire, not that she needs it, but I'm going to inspire Phoenix. So she will have advantage on the next test that she does before the start of my next turn. And I will attempt to you know what? I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna use that action. I'm gonna just hang on that same speech, use that action twice, and I will inspire our other heavy hitter, the commander. So I'll give them both advantage on their next test.
Does that cause you to roll your reactor because you chose the same action twice?
That action doesn't say so unless it's specifically in the rules that if you use.
I think it is in
a rule,
the basic rules. Yeah.
No worries. Okay, D10. I rolled a 4, so I'm good.
Excellent. Good deal. All right. So both of you are now inspired by Preacher's proselytizing.
Right. I think with seeing that there's only one left, the commander Fox would aim the gun at the creature and try and blast the back of it off.
All right. So you whir up your heavy machine gun yet again.
Yep. And I rolled a 7, so that'll work.
Yep.
That'll hit. And then... Yeah. Ooh, okay. That's another 12 damage that comes out and smacks the creature all over its side as it basically, I imagine that Phoenix and the creature are like standing right in front of the drop shields that we both have up right now.
And Spartan F4 UK, please describe what it looks like as you end this hunter's life.
There is, to match the guttural screaming, I imagine this only happens in a matter of seconds. Phoenix comes in with that blade strike, and they're both like raging and screaming at each other. And then over the comms, you hear like another rage scream as Fox just unloads this barrel, a full clip, just right up the side of this creature, all the way up the side. So as it's trying to come down with another shield bash, I catch it right under the arm and
Yeah, and your bullets just kind of tear into this thing, and like as it brings its arm and its shield downward towards Phoenix, the arm literally just falls off of this creature and slams down into the ground. The worms just kind of spilling out of its opening here in the side of its armor, completely and totally torn to ragged edges by the hail of bullets that you just sent into this thing, and it stumbles sideways, kind of almost being kept upright just by the constant barrage of your bullets, before finally collapsing to the side with a thud that kind of shakes the room. And the same thing, these worms kind of wriggling at every entrance to a wound, and then finally just hardening into stiff orange tendrils.
I almost imagine as the commander is kind of taking a breath there, Phoenix seeing this thing fall, she kind of does that the whole leaning back where you put your arms behind you, and she's like, yeah, as it falls.
Gerhardt drops out of his camo, and he's about halfway across the room, no longer behind the drop ship the drop shield, as he was kind of moving around the room as quietly as he could. But he just like backs up against a wall and just like takes a deep breath and sits there kind of breathing for a moment. You can hear him kind of loudly in the comms, which he hasn't realized are still on. And then you just hear kind of an exasperated fuck.
So, how about that sword you're in?
Right. Room's clear, right, sir? Commander?
As far as I can tell, yes.
All right, well, I'm on it. And he just kind of like shakes himself off, like lifts up off the wall, starts moving towards the massive sword in the center. All right, Samson, give me everything you got on this thing. We're gonna need, like, is it safe? Is it trapped? What are you seeing?
You cross the room to the pedestal that holds this large, strange-looking sword. You can see, like I said, an arm that's still attached to part of it. It almost looks like, similar to the hunter's fuel rod cannons, that this may have like mounted straight onto the end of an arm of whatever creature held this blade. The design of this thing, once it is scanned, your Samson AI will tell you,
This is old. This is Forerunner old. It's definitely made. This is made before even the Covenant were around.
I think we got a good find here, Commander.
Now,
Phoenix, how's your arm feeling?
She kind of looks down at the one that's probably covered in so much orange goop. It's probably maybe freezing already. I don't know. She's like, oh, it's fine. Why? What you got there? And I think she's like trying to clean off the sludge.
You don't suppose the Admiral would be mad if I put a couple modifications into this thing? No, never mind.
Let's not get ahead of yourself, kid.
Do we know what these worm things are?
absolutely. Yeah, these worms are called lekagolo, and they're like an entity that operates as a colony. And basically, a single colony embodies a suit of armor called a megalekgolo. And that's known more as a hunter amongst the UNSC. So you basically just killed 2 colonies of these worms. These are things that you've probably fought many times before. Although these seemed... Hunters aren't super aggressive unless you're close to them. These things were incredibly fast to turn and attack you, and you've never heard of them doing anything like this, hanging all of these bodies from the ceiling like this.
Monk, I'm having a little bit of soup malfunction here. Can you could you give me a hand with this? I can't seem to reach that part. And
Yeah.
I was gonna see if you can help me with your quick fix. I'm just still down a couple hit points.
Yep. So Monk comes over. He looks over Gearhead, fixes up what he needs to do, and you get 2 HP back. I will reduce mine by 1. Once Monk is finished up fixing up Gearhead, he's going to start taking a look, and he's just documenting, making sure that we've documented everything to do with these worms and these hunters, especially since as we realize that this is something that might be new. So trying to get whatever data he can get.
Excellent. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Are there still any like from what we know of these creatures, is 2 colonies usually like 2 colonies travel together, or are there like usually many colonies together? Like should we expect there to be more of them based on what we know of them?
So it's very, very likely, given the Covenant presence that you've already witnessed in the city, it's very likely that there are other pairs out here as part of patrols, but they don't tend to operate really in anything more than pairs. So your bet is that for this size patrol that you see, all of the Covenant bodies, this is probably the only pair that came here as a part of this group.
So did these things, and she's pointing down to the 2 hunters that they did, do all that? And she points up, or
That's highly likely, actually.
why would they turn on?
Well, I don't think I would know very much about this type of creature, Jeremy. I don't think I would know that much.
The Human and Covenant war has been going on for a little while at this point. So you guys are high enough level that it's likely that you have engaged with Covenant before. And hunters are almost always present in some capacity whenever Covenant forces engage. So it's probably not the first time you've seen them.
Well, no, I mean, I've seen hunters before, but the worm creatures that would have overtaken them.
So that's not the worm creatures that are overtaking them. Those are the hunters.
Those are the hunters. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I've ever seen. Have I seen these worm hunters before?
Yeah, every single hunter is comprised of these worms that are all inside. It literally is nothing more but all of these worms that have formed into this shape.
It's interesting though that they would turn on each other, or maybe if
that is different.
That is the different part. So
yeah, that's what Phoenix was asking.
I've never seen this before.
Does this sword arm, is a scan of it provide any kind of energy readings or anything that might hint at why these hunters were so aggressive in this room?
So, kind of taking a closer look at it, it doesn't seem like they were necessarily guarding the sword. It just seems like maybe this was a coincidence that it was happening in this room, because the ice in this room kind of coats everything except for this blade. So the rest of the sword itself, the kind of body of it, is coated in frost, but this orange light has no frost or ice on it at all. It's just this kind of pure beam of energy. And your scans tell you that, again, this thing is probably 10, 20,000 years old? This thing is ancient.
This is a relic of UNSC. This is Firestorm Team. UNSC, Carl Sagan. This is Firestorm Team.
We read you, Firestorm Team. This is the UNSC Carl Sagan. Go ahead.
I'm sending you an uplink now. And you can see, like, even though he's got that orange HUD shield over, you see like another pair of, if you would, like goggles that kind of come down over and kind of zoom in on this sword and start uplinking images and data readings and stuff like that.
Phoenix is actually, she's been cleaning off her forearm blade, and she's looking at the blood on the floor, and then she's looking at the blood and goop that came from these hunters, and she turns to Commander, are all the other hunters that you remember killing, did they have orange blood too? Or are they like this purple shit on the floor?
So, for the most part, I believe common knowledge would be that the hunters would have orange blood, and that the Covenant, like other Covenant elites, grunts, etc., would have like the purple blood. And if I'm not remembering correctly, someone please correct me.
Yeah, no, you are correct. Hunters tend to have kind of a bright orange blood. The elites and many of the grunts, I don't think all of them, depending on what version of the game, is purple and kind of a teal color.
So that's the first time I've encountered these hunter things. I heard about them. I worked with a guy in the last mission I went on, and he was talking about them. He said they took out like half their fire team, but he said they were working with the Covenant. What's going on here?
That is the strange thing. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that for you.
Commander, do we extract this artifact?
Well, it wouldn't be wise to leave it in the hands of Covenant forces. Best be in hands of UNSC. He'll sort of stride forward and look at it. I don't think he touches it, though, because I don't think he is nearly tech savvy enough to know how to touch it, where to touch it where it won't set something off. But he definitely looks at it. And old tech like this doesn't deserve to be in Covenant hands.
Gearhead is standing right in front of it, but he's also kind of like looking at it somewhat reverently, a bit afraid to touch it. He's kind of waiting for Monk as the more experienced engineer in the team. He's kind of like, he knows that he's good, but he's not so self-confident that he's going to jump into something this intense.
And Monk just strides right in and reaches down and grabs it, picks it up.
All right. Monk, as you do so, please roll me a systems check. Test.
That is a 2. So
excellent. Okay.
We are good there. Yep.
So the moment you reach out and touch this thing, the parts that form the arm of this, the plates on that arm like slide apart, and you can see this kind of orange light that just like makes up the blade, but almost like in this kind of a grid pattern that stretches between these plates as they move apart from one another, and they glow with this brilliant energy, and they immediately latch onto your forearm and move into position and lock this blade into your hand.
And I just kind of turn and I just hold it up. Well,
This
that's
thing- This blade is probably 5 feet long, give or
Mhm.
take. It's huge.
Do I have any trouble lifting it? I mean, is it?
No.
Is it, yeah.
The blade weighs next to nothing at all.
I just kind of like I look at it for a minute. I like swing it around a little bit, and then just kind of under my breath, I just like bitching.
With each swing of the sword, there's this kind of like a tinkling kind of and like these like the edge of the blade causes like a complete tracer that follows the blade through the air of this kind of orange energy as it slices with ease. Sorry, Karen, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as Monk is like practicing or playing with this, he's not really noticing that we're also kind of close, and she's like ducking every time he's like swinging this sword.
So, as it attaches to me, do I notice any way to remove it, or is it
You get the feeling that it's the kind of thing that you might have to kind of work at to make it unattached.
Okay.
You basically would have to like hack it and force it to let go of you. However, as it has done this, you realize that the pedestal was set in such a way that this was armed. A klaxon begins to sound loudly throughout the room. I need all of you please to test presence.
Fail.
Ooh, okay. This one fail. Oof. 2 fail. Oh no. You got a nat 20, Chad? Okay, cool.
Yep.
If you failed and you didn't fail critically, you take 8 points of damage. Fox, you take 16 points of damage.
No.
If you failed, you likewise are deaf for 3 rounds.
Oh my god. Okay. So that's all my
Your
armor
ears are
points,
just
right?
Ringing.
So that's all
It'll
my
go
armor
from your armor
points.
points first. Yep.
Yep. And then you said another 6 points. So 16 points all up. So that would be doggy. Okay. Trying to remember how to do math here. Yep, there you go. Cool. Wow, that was a lot. Still up, but damn, that was a lot.
Yeah, this thing is ear piercing as this goes off, and you realize that it's probably not just inside this facility that was hearing that.
I begin to speak to the team, and it's a louder volume than usual in the other comms. And I'm right next to you. We need to get out of here. Now.
How many of us here? How many failed? Just one of us failed, or one of us passed, right?
I don't. Yeah.
2. Okay.
Yeah, 2 and 2. But I critically failed, so now I can't hear anything for 3 rounds.
Yeah. So who did pass? Looks like Gerhardt, Phoenix. Okay, so it's just the 2 of you. All right. So yeah, you notice that the other 3 members of your team seem like they're having a difficult time hearing anything. But you can hear this klaxon is still going off.
Was it obvious the damage done to the commander's suit? Like, is there like some sort of sparking and things? Because Gerhardt will immediately move to the commander and work on he'll whip out his wrench and start tweaking at his Mjolnir suit and try to do a quick fix on him to try to restore 2 points of health.
Yeah, and I think while he's doing that, Phoenix is kind of trying to get in front where the fox can see her, and she's starting to like realizing like these guys can't hear, like something's going on. Kind of revert back to our, our hand signals that we would do in the field when we don't want to talk. Just kind of explain that there's a loud siren and we are probably in trouble.
So yeah, I think Monk would, as soon as Monk realized that he couldn't hear, he's looking around for signals, and as soon as he sees Phoenix giving him signals, he's acknowledging, passing those on, making sure that we're moving.
Yeah, you do realize that the only movement you now see seems to be coming from Nav Point Charlie, which you still have not reached just yet. You can tell it's only another 20 meters or so beyond the room that you're currently in through another set of doors. And it's very, very, very likely that the other Covenant forces that are within the city have heard this siren.
So I think maybe Phoenix will lead point heading towards our destination. If we're, like you said, it's only 20 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, about 20 meters.
20 meters, yeah. She'd start heading that way while Gearhead is fixing Fox's suit and stuff.
Excellent. So as you guys are pressing forward, Monk, is the intention to keep this sword on? You're muted, Dwight.
Yep, I think I would try to get it off as we're moving. So yeah, okay. I don't know it, so I'm not gonna, and I'm not a fighter, so
right,
it doesn't make sense to have it on.
Okay, so test systems for me at disadvantage.
Yep, good.
Excellent. Okay, so it takes some doing. This is not an interface that you're familiar with at all. This is totally foreign. But you managed to navigate your way through it anyways, and basically find a way to make these plates spread back out again in this kind of grid pattern in between them, and it kind of holds its expanded form long enough that you can slip your arm back out, and the blade kind of settles to the floor.
Okay. I'll pick it up, and well, if I try to pick it up again, is it going to try to attach to me?
It might.
Anybody else want to use this thing? And I look right at Phoenix.
If we attach that to me, it's not coming off. Just saying. Because yeah, my system's bad.
Phoenix, don't worry about it. We can fix it. Yeah. If you need it off, just tell me. We'll get it off you. But for now, we got to take that thing with us, and you're the only one that's going to be able to carry it and make use of it.
Do we get the feeling that this thing is going to do some damage if we use it? I mean, yeah. Based on what you're describing it, I think we would. So
yeah, this was laid in this room as if it were a trophy.
Yeah.
So yeah, she would retract that. Her forearm blade and hold out her gauntlet, I guess, and
in the moment you reach for it, it kind of clinks up onto your arm, locking itself into place. Mm-hmm. The intention is to wear it going forward. This blade counts as a heavy melee weapon, except it does not have the detriment to the attack because it is so light. So it does heavy damage, but it does not use a heavy attack roll. In addition, what is your normal attack die? Or your normal your normal damage die.
It's a D8.
Okay, so for this sword will be a D10.
D10. Ooh. Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so the point is now to turn towards Nav Point Charlie and proceed. Yes? Okay. Now that you have taken a small respite, the 5 of you turn and head deeper into this facility. You enter... Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm gonna take point. I'm gonna take point this time. Just to, or
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna watch our 6 this time. Sorry.
Oh,
Opposite of what I said, just to make sure that Fox in his deafened state is still with us.
Okay.
Keep our commander. Like I'm gonna watch.
Yeah,
from
I'm
behind
a
him.
deafened old man. I need to be like guided to my destination, please. Walk me across the street.
Yeah, as Phoenix takes point, Geralt is watching our 6. I'll be right behind Phoenix, and Monk can continue to work on the commander's suit as he trails behind me.
And can we use actions as we're moving? Like if I wanted to ready shields while we're moving? Okay, so I'm going to ready my shield then.
Yeah, so am I.
I would do the same.
Excellent. Okay. So you all make sure that you are in fighting shape as best you can, given the circumstances and the situation, and you press forward. Just about the time that you have reached the other side of the room and are entering into the corridor beyond, those of you who were deafened by the klaxon are able to regain some hearing and are able to now understand what's going on around you. You enter into an area where you almost go through like an airlock. You go through a set of doors, and the doors behind you close, and you can feel the pressure in the room changing, and the temperature kind of actually rises to a warmer degree. And the second door then opens, and you realize that this is still sealed and pressurized against space. And that even after all this time, this cryogenic stasis chamber is still relatively intact. However, there are broken hoses in this room that leak coolant as a hissing fog, and the low, sickening hum of machines drone at the edge of your senses. A large cryopod lies open, dominating the space. Dimly lit in this room, a voice comes to you from the darkness.
I have not seen your kind in so long. Heretics, come forward. Meet your master.
I think you misunderstand, buddy. We have no masters except our admiral. And I'm just gonna go ahead. Gerhardt is going to like fire into the whatever shadowy corner he just assumes this voice might be coming from. He'll just pop a few shots from his magnum off.
You fire kind of blindly into the darkness, and, you know, again, your bullets kind of... and hoses leak kind of everywhere.
I think as soon as he's done firing, Monk will walk over and just kind of smack him on the back of his head.
What? We shoot on sight.
You need to have something to shoot at there, kid.
He's somewhere back there.
When you say that, Monk, do you see anything?
He has to be somewhere.
Because I certainly don't. If you want to stay with this company, you will listen. And Monk's right.
Yes, sir. Sorry,
Good.
sir.
Good.
What are your orders, Commander?
We move in as a team. we stay together. We focus fire on wherever it is. Understood? Keep your eyes everywhere, including up. Now let's go.
So cautiously, your fire team moves further into this room. Difficult to see in here, but you press forward, and a shape emerges from across the room, out of the darkness. It's kind of hard to judge what it is at first, but then you see a hovering chair draped in robes and ornamentation. You realize that this is, in fact, one of the Sanshium, one of the prophets. If you would, please, roll combat. Roll initiative.
Contact. We have contact.
It was mobility or system, whichever's higher.
Whichever's higher, yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay, then that's a success.
Okay. So it sounds like 2 successes so far, 3 successes, 4 successes. Nope, that's 3. 1 fail. Okay, so 4 successes. So 4 of you are able to go before the Prophet of Truth will take his turn. Or his first turn.
Gerhardt, ever the hothead, now has a target that he can see, and he was told not until you can see it. And again, follows orders. So he's going to go ahead and take 2 shots at this thing.
So, just for clarification, currently you are at far range. Just to let you kind of know how far away you are from him.
Is that
so? This is a deep, deep room, then, right?
It is very big in here. Yes, and there is a lot of machinery in here, kind of lining the walls and things. It looked like it took a lot of things to kind of keep this this place going.
Okay, then I will. Is it? I already have disadvantage on my roll, on my attack roll, so I better not do it from super far away. So I'll jetpack up. He's gonna just jet into the room, fly forward and magnum up and just fire a shot. And I rolled a 2 on my attack. And
nice.
Reactor die. Oh, reactor die goes down a type.
Ooh, 2. Okay.
2. So
you push yourself hard to get across this room, but you do get across the room.
And it's going to be 4 damage on the attack.
Okay, so you got into what? Close range?
Nearby.
Near. Okay.
Near range.
Yeah. Excellent. So.
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm sorry. I totally forgot. I have disadvantage on the roll because of the 0, so I have to roll 1 more time. I got a 2 on that one, but no, that's actually going to be a miss on the attack. Sorry.
Okay.
It's a miss on the attack. But
you got to near range? Okay. So your attack, though it misses, you land nearby this prophet. And as you do so, you realize that your HUD and everything starts to kind of flicker. I need you to roll your reactor die again, please.
Is he near? He's near me, isn't he?
That's another.
So let's see. The prophet is far from you guys, so he would now be close to you, I believe.
Hey.
As long as he's close or near, I'm going to use Core Override, where it allows me to roll my reactor die in place of his.
Okay.
Yes, please.
And I rolled under, so I'm good.
Oh, thank goodness.
Excellent. So you see this effect starting to take place, Preacher, and you manage to kind of... it's probably just a connection that you have established to everybody else's suits in the fire team, I imagine. And you basically just open that line and kind of let that... basically, it's an EMP you let it kind of wash past Gerhardt and try to take it into your suit instead. Luckily, your suit's able to handle the load of this defensive measure. All right, so that's 1.
So Monk just kind of taps into Phoenix's comm again, and he's going to use reinforce again. You'll get a D6. You just hear, and it's just you. I just tapped into Phoenix's ear, but he's like, "Fuck him up, V." And then Monk and Preacher both disappear as I key the radar jammer that I'm carrying.
Excellent.
And I got to roll my reactor die real quick here. That is a 6. Yep, that's a 6. Oh nope, that's a 1 is bad. So I'm down to my D4.
Ooh, okay. So yeah. Monk is running hot, but he's able to scramble the position of, you said Preacher and Monk?
Yep.
Okay. So the two engineers. Oh no, wait. I'm sorry.
The auxiliaries are invisible.
Excellent. Both auxiliaries kind of phase from the motion tracker and disappear as. Yeah. Okay. Who's next?
I think at that point, the commander would walk in. Fox would kind of be sweeping his gun left to right as they move in. He hasn't seen the creature yet, I don't think, right? From our visual, we can't see the creature if we're at the door.
You can, absolutely. He's kind of shrouded in darkness, so you can basically just kind of see his form.
Okay. I'm still considered far, though, so I'd have to move up to get into range.
It depends on the range of your gun. But I believe most of them have to be at least near.
It doesn't tell me what range the heavy machine gun is. Does it? Hold on, it might. Hold on, I gotta look at
most of the guns should be near. That you have to be at least near.
Yeah. And I would say it's probably the same for the heavy machine gun because it's meant to put up
all the ranged roll the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Perfect. So yeah, you'd basically have to make one action to move a range band up, and then you could open fire on it.
Yeah, so I will do that, and then as soon as I can see this thing, considering that I know that Gearhead moved up first, and he is pretty much the closest to it, I would just start waylaying. I'd take a moment to jam another barrel clip up into the gun, and then time to light them up. The gun just goes off because that's only I had to do one action. I'd take one whole action to move up.
Correct.
That additional bandwidth, and then that would be my action. Yeah, so I'm just gonna lay into this thing.
Excellent.
And
so
hopefully
you're gonna test power again.
Yep. Test power.
See what that machine gun's gonna do here.
So I rolled a 5, so that would hit.
Yep.
And then I have to do. Okay. Not great damage. 6 and 7, 9 points of damage, and then I have to roll my reactor die when I use that. Correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. And you said, what's a fail?
1 or a 2.
1. Okay, so I got a 4, so I'm okay.
Excellent. Okay. So you move forward. You set yourself into attack position, into firing mode with this heavy machine gun and open fire. As you step forward, you also enter this aura that tries to mess with your suit and your HUD. So I'm going to need you to also please test. Oh, no, you have to roll your reactor die again. That's what it is.
Roll my reactor die again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll roll mine in place of his.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay, he's good.
Fantastic. Preacher, the MVP, taking on the loads from these EMP auras. You open fire on this thing, Fox, And you said 9 damage?
Yeah, 9 damage all up.
Okay. As you're firing this thing, this prophet reaches up this incredibly narrow hand with these elongated, skinny, thin fingers kind of in your direction, and it simply utters the word
primitive.
And as it does so, many of the bullets from your barrage just disappear. Several, however, do make it through and manage to actually damage this prophet. Okay, who's next?
So I have a quick question.
Yes.
The needler. Did
Mhm.
we? I can't remember if we had decided it was like a heavy weapon or if it was a light weapon.
No, it's a
Or was
light
it one or
weapon.
two-handed? Okay.
It's only one-handed.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so and the blade is just on the one hand. Do I need both hands to do it?
You
even
don't.
though it's a heavy?
You would normally because it's a heavy weapon, but because
Yeah.
this doesn't count as a heavy weapon regarding weight, you can use it with one arm.
Perfect. Okay, so as an attack action, I am going to test my power and basically power up the needler and shoot it towards the prophet. Okay, that is a success.
Are you also moving up a range band?
At this point, no, because it does far range. It does
Oh,
near
excellent.
far.
Oh, that's right, because it's
Yeah.
based on the missile barrage. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that I successfully tested power. So
good.
all of this is going to go towards that creature. So 3 points first, as all the little needles embed itself into it, potentially, and then 5 more points as they explode inside of him.
Okay. So once
Okay.
again, several of the needles, with another wave of his hand, you watch as almost in the reverse of the way a crystal would form, it unmakes itself as it's approaching him with a simple twist of his gnarled hand. But some of them do manage to get through and pierce and then explode with that pink kind of fire. He kind of turns and does regard you, Phoenix.
You have my sword.
I think technically it's my sword.
Okay. It looked like you had more with your turn.
Yeah, so then after shooting that, I will move. I'm at far range right now, right? So I will move
Correct.
a range band to become near.
Okay. You will need to roll your reactor die, please.
Oh, it's 1 or 2, right?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
So I just heat up. So now I'm down to a D4.
Yeah, so your HUDs kind of flicker completely offline for just a moment. But you still had action, yes? Or were you just moving?
I attacked and moved. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. I think there's still 1 or 2 of you that have not gone yet. No, that's everybody. Cool.
Everybody went, but since I failed to actually go after the prophet.
Oh, right. Thank you. Okay, the Prophet of Thought is now going to take his turn. Phoenix, I need you to please test system. Let's see, 2 close or near targets. So, actually, Phoenix and Gearhead, both of you please test system.
Oh, system's not so good.
Don't forget you have that reinforced die too.
Oh, perfect. Because I rolled a 12. My number's 10. I'm going to use that die and hopefully. Oh, yeah, I rolled a 6. So I'm down to 6, so I pass.
Excellent.
Ooh. I have a
Gearheart.
16 system and rolled an 18. So
Okay.
that's a fail.
So, Phoenix, you managed to shrug this off. However, Gearhead, you're not so lucky. This ability is called Armor Override. On your next turn, you must attack your own allies and protect the Prophet. As you feel your ability to control your Mjolnir armor becomes completely lost.
He will scream out into his comlink, hoping that it's still connected to them, despite all this. Like, something's going wrong, guys.
None of you hear any of that from him. With his other action, he is going to look at far closer. Okay, yeah, he's going to look at you again, Phoenix, and he is going to use something called Condemnation against you. So please, if you would, roll Presence.
Dang, this guy's good at me. Okay.
You have a sword.
So, I rolled my presence. I rolled an 11.
Okay. So, in your mind, not in your comms, not inside your helmet, in your mind, you hear,
You are not worthy of the weapon which you now wield.
you have disadvantage on all tests until you successfully test presence on a test action on a future turn. Okay. Preacher, you're up.
I am going to, let me see here. This is everyone still within near, correct? Of me? I haven't moved, so I know other people were moving. Okay.
Well, no, because Gearhart is far from you.
Okay, so Gearhart's the only one that's far. All right, so yeah, from where I am, I'm going to yeah, I'm going. Did you already use your reinforce, Phoenix, last time? Okay, so yeah, I'm going to I basically just kind of pull up kind of a holographic keyboard on my forearm. And I say, Phoenix, I'm boosting your systems on your Mjolnir armor. One sec. And I'm going to reinforce her. So let me roll my reactor. That's 5, so we're good. So I give her a D6 that she can subtract from attack or avoid her next avoid damage. And then I said, now kill that son of a bitch. And I'll inspire her that she gets advantage on her next test. And that's my turn.
Excellent. Okay. This is the end of the round. This is whenever he is able to enact the environmental effects of this room. You can see him reach up this hand that he had been using to dissolve, unform some of the projectiles that were headed his direction, and he just kind of vaguely wipes his hand kind of in the direction, and several of these hoses on these machines break loose, spraying this fog straight at you, Fox. So Fox, I need you please to test power.
Okay, that is cool. I can do that. Okay, I'm under. Yeah, I got a 9.
Okay.
Yep.
So this incredibly cold gas, concentrated, kind of pours out of this hose, kind of straight onto your suit, and you can feel the joints of your suit starting to kind of try to freeze up underneath the extreme cold, but you manage to kind of crack all of these things back apart and get out of this font of extreme cold, and you avoid being frozen.
Yeah. It looks like he's getting frozen for a minute, just everything, all the ice kind of building up on him, and then he just slams down the butt of the gun on the ground for a minute, and then just shakes off all of that ice. And he looks dead at the thing. And again, I'm just going to go ahead and use try to barrel into that heavy machine gun if I'm allowed to go.
Yeah, as you kind of stare at this thing, it looks back at you with these purple eyes that almost kind of reflect the space that you know exists outside of this facility.
Just like your ancestors, you will all die here.
Fox looks dead in its face. Not today, you alien son of a bitch. And he will begin to just light up this creature.
All right.
Yep. That'll hit. And then... Ooh, that's good. 14. 21.
Okay. You are still in near range, yes?
I'm still in near range, yeah.
Okay. Then you need to roll your reactor die again for me, because you're still within this EMP aura.
Yep. I got a 3.
Excellent. Okay. And you said 21?
21, yep.
All right. Once again, he holds this hand out, dismantling some of your ammunition, but not nearly as much as before. All right.
Gerhardt's armor engages the active camo and disappears from view. And hits Phoenix as he fires a shot from his invisible ambush position, and it engages his scout ambush for 9 points of damage on Phoenix. As a shot cracks out and friendly fire hits her in the back. And reactor die doesn't go down.
So
Sorry.
all of you.
He screams out, "Sorry, I didn't mean to."
So you all kind of maybe notice that Gerhardt kind of disappears from view, which is not out of the ordinary at all. But then when he reappears, it happens from him shooting Phoenix square in the back.
And it's obviously intentional. Like, there's no, like, this was a missed shot. Like, this was, like, square.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing?
There is no reply on the comm.
So, Phoenix, did you take a bunch of damage on that or no?
That went all on my armor.
All of your armor, okay.
On my shield points. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think Monk's going to move in behind Fox at this point, and go ahead and again, I'll hook into the panel on the back of his suit, which will I'll reinforce him for his next turn. I don't know what's going on, boss, but something's wrong with the kid. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Good. We gotta distract that thing. The more we can, the better.
And so I gotta roll my reactor die, unless somebody wants to do that for me, since I only have a D4.
Near?
Oh yeah, I can. As long as you're near me, I can do it.
Yeah, we should be in the near category, I think.
You're good. Or
Okay.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Who's next?
That would be me, and that kind of changed what I was going to do. So, I think she's like over the comm. She's like, "Damn it, Gearhead! Aim at the enemy!" And
Can I hear them over comms, or am I totally
No,
cut
currently.
off?
Yeah, you're currently
Okay.
cut off. Well, actually, you already took your turn. Well, we'll just say at the beginning of his turn is when it kind of goes off, because it's only for one turn.
okay, so I have advantage on my next test, but disadvantage until I successfully test presence. Would those two cancel for a normal roll?
Yes.
Okay, I
You
think
are also still near or closer, right?
I am.
Oh, you're far because you were using the needler.
Yeah, no, and then I moved up, so I am near the creature.
Okay. Yeah.
And
So you're
I
near
guess
the
close
prophet.
to- Yeah.
So you really
So
rolled.
But I did inspire you, so you have advantage on your test.
So could I do a move action first, or do I have to test the reactor first?
So when you move into near range of him is when you're having to make it. He has like a field around him that seems to be disturbing all of your electronics.
Okay, so I already did that last turn. Like I was
Oh, I'm
already-
sorry.
Yeah.
I should have had you do that then. So this is an every
did.
round thing.
Okay. So do I do it at the beginning of my round, or do I do it at the end of my round?
Let's do it now.
I'm at a D4, so this could.
Oh,
Completely.
D4 reactor?
Yeah.
How is she far now?
I haven't moved, so I'm still near.
Oh, okay. Then I will roll my reactor. You're good.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to do my charging strike as a move action,
Okay.
which allows me to immediately move to a near enemy and make a melee attack. At that point, I will be far, so I won't be able to let you do my reactor roll. So I'll have to do the reactor roll, and hopefully I don't die.
Right, but you won't have to do it again for this turn, at least.
I have to for charging strike. I have to roll.
Oh, you have to do it for that too. Then
Yeah.
that'll.
Yeah, anytime anybody needs to make a reactor roll, as long as you're near me, I can core override. So as Jeremy said, I'm patched into the suits. I'm having all power route back into my suit.
Okay. So I am attacking this prophet with the blade that's attached to my arm. Oh, I got a 1!
Ooh, okay.
I don't have any shield points to buff this time, so this is just the weapon damage. So it's D10 and then doubled, right?
Mhm.
Is the +2 also doubled?
+2 from from the being a heavy weapon.
Heavy.
Yes, it will be.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 9, 18 damage as I strike out at the prophet that's in my head, and I'm like yelling at him, "I am worthy!" And then I'll roll my reactor die. Oh, I got a 4.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
So you stay okay for the moment. Your suit is like overclocked. You being able to swing this weapon is incredible, but all of this seems to be having its wear on the power of your suit. And you bring this blade up and across this prophet, and he brings his hand up, and you can see that the power doesn't work as well, apparently, or at least this time around, against the blade of this sword. This hard light cuts through and cuts kind of down across his forearm, drawing blood. And he kind of recoils a bit, but it looks like he managed to stop some of the damage from coming through. Okay, is that everyone except for Preacher? Okay. He, once again, is going to attempt armor override against 2 close or near targets. So it's definitely going to be Phoenix again, and I think this time around Fox. Both of you, please test system.
So with this one, I'm at disadvantage, right? Because I haven't tested presence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you got to be under the systems, right?
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I just barely made that. I got an 11.
So I actually luckily rolled really low on both my dice. So I got a 6, which is under my 10.
Excellent. Okay, so both of you managed to slough off this control that tries to take over of your Mjolnir armor, and he is likewise going to turn towards. I think this time Monk. He is going to attempt condemnation against you. You will need to test presence, please.
If you're hidden, how long do you stay hidden? Is it just a 1 turn?
Oh, you're hidden.
Yeah, and I haven't really. I mean, all I've done is buff. So.
Yeah, I don't think he would actually target you. I just forgot that you and Preacher were both.
Preacher. Yep.
Okay, so you cannot be targeted by attacks while hidden. So yes, that makes perfect sense. I think it lasts until you attack. I think. Okay, so instead of looking to either of you, let's see. Phoenix, you're already under condemnation. Okay, Fox, he's going to look to you. Test presence, please.
Here we go. Okay. Ooh, yeah, nice. Okay, I got a 9. My presence is 15. So yeah.
Excellent. Okay. So again, you feel this voice, not in your helmet, not your AI, not one of the members of your team, but you feel this voice creeping in between your ears.
You're not fit to be the leader of even this rabble.
But you manage to steel your nerves against it and shake it off. Preacher, you're up. Oh, go ahead, Fox.
Yeah, I think in response, he would say into the ether of this space, "You ancient fuck. You weren't worthy of leading your own people. So go to hell."
Preacher.
Preacher, again, just trying to maintain, like he's got everybody's cores. He's monitoring everybody's cores and he's transferring everything. And he says over everyone's comms, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not dismay, for I am with you. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous hand. And I will again inspire twice." So I'll roll my reactor. I'm good. That was a 4. I'll inspire both Phoenix and the commander and give them advantage on their next test.
Okay. Preacher sending out his support over the short waves. All of you hearing it this time, and some of you kind of receiving the benefits of this bolster. This prophet is once again going to try to use this very room against you, and is going to open a hose straight this time at you, Phoenix. Please test power.
Okay, so that inspiring one, that is on the next task. Like I don't get to choose, right?
I believe they choose to gain advantage on a single test made before the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So it doesn't say that it has to be the next one.
That's cool.
It's just a You can use it on a single test before my next turn.
Okay, I'm going to choose not to use it on this one and roll disadvantage on power. That is a 12, which is under my 18, so we're good.
Excellent. So once again, you feel this kind of extreme cryo gas kind of washing over your armor, threatening to seize up the movement that you're capable of, but you manage to push through it. Okay, that brings us back to the 4 leading Spartans.
Did you want to go
Yeah,
first turn?
Yeah, if you
No,
don't mind,
absolutely. Go ahead. Jump in.
I'm going to, again, I'm saying like, I am worthy. I constantly say this. I'm going to do the test presence right now with advantage.
Okay.
So am I at disadvantage as well with this test presence, so that makes this advantage, or
God, that's rude. All tests at disadvantage until successfully testing presence. I would say so. Yeah.
Okay, so that with the advantage, it makes it just a regular roll.
Straight roll, yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Nice. Yeah, that should work.
Oh.
Oh no.
That's a crit fail. I have that D6, but man.
If you use the D6 inspired, does that take it down low enough if you get a 6?
No, I can't get under my presence. I would just stop it from being a crit fail. So
oh no.
I think I'm just gonna have to leave it as a crit fail.
Okay. So once again, you are racked with doubt. And worse so, you know deep down you aren't worthy to wield this sword. Okay. You can feel it beginning to kind of expand, kind of loosening on your arm. You are going to take 2 points of damage as this weight of almost worthlessness seems to kind of spring up within you. It's a very unusual feeling for a Spartan.
So would this go straight to hit points? Bypass armor?
Ooh. Yeah.
Okay. So you can almost see, like anybody who's watching, Phoenix's shoulders just kind of slump. And instead of attacking, she Samson shields, and she's going like kind of almost like a defensive
right
kind of mode. So
okay,
I'd like to use action to pump shields.
All right. Also, you are still within its EMP aura.
Yeah.
So I need you, please, to roll your reactor die.
Nope, I'm doing it. You're good.
She is currently far from you.
Oh, she's far.
If
Okay.
it matters, yeah.
So does disadvantage apply on this one as well?
No, because it's not a test.
Okay. Oh, it doesn't matter because that's a 1 anyway.
Okay, so indeed, her shoulders do, in fact, slump as your Mjolnir armor cannot handle this barrage against it, and it shuts down for a moment, much like the Spartan inside of it, perhaps. Yeah. Okay. Who's next?
So Phoenix is probably up in front of me a little bit.
Yeah, she's engaged
I would imagine.
with this thing.
Yeah, she's fully engaged with this thing, right?
Yep.
I see her like go to make the motion of an attack and then crumple in that moment. I don't know what was said. I can't hear those things. But something in Fox clicks. And he, from the side of his belt, pulls out one of the plasma grenades and just hurls it at this thing's face. You take down one of my Spartans. Not today. Not ever. And he will fling that, and then immediately the hand goes right back up to the weapon. And I'm going to go ahead and, as I'm waiting for that plasma grenade to drop and fall, I'm going to ready having the gun out. So what do I need to do for both of those actions?
Let's see. I'm going to check. I'm going to check my notes. Grenade, plasma. So, okay, so these are both attacks. So you will have to roll your reactor die at the end.
Okay.
Are you in the EMP aura? Are you near or closer to him?
I am currently in near range.
Okay.
Because I had to step forward in order to hit him.
Correct. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so go ahead and roll your reactor die now for that, for the aura.
I got him.
Yep.
Okay. Excellent.
Thank you.
Yep.
So for the plasma, you're going to have to test power to try to attach it to him.
Okay. All right. So both the plasma grenade and the machine gun, because I rolled that earlier,
okay,
both hit.
Excellent. Okay.
I rolled a 12 and a 13.
Excellent. So the plasma grenade at the end of your turn will detonate and deal a d6 to all targets within close range of the grenade. That will include Phoenix, if she's still there at the end of your turn. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So go ahead and deal your 4d4 from your heavy machine gun.
You got it. Oh, dude, that's actually really cool. I got 3 4s and a 3. That's awesome. So 12, 15.
Yeah. 15 damage?
15?
All up? Yeah, 15 damage all up, and then the plasma grenade will do a 3 damage.
And then 1, 2, 3. Okay. Phoenix, being shut down, I think you can still test mobility, but it's at disadvantage while you're overheated?
Yeah, it says I can't do actions, and I have disadvantage in all tests.
Okay. So go ahead and test mobility at disadvantage.
This is to
avoid the plasma grenade. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did it.
Wow. Okay. So it's just about how things are kind of positioned in the room, or maybe the prophet's chair partially kind of blocks you from the impact of this grenade, but it does not catch you in its explosion as it goes off in this kind of purpley blue flame. And again, the bullets come through, but the prophet manages to dismantle some of them. Fox. Sorry, go ahead, Karen.
I was just going to imagine maybe like this blade is that hanging in front of me. Maybe it kind of stopped some of that plasma spray that would have happened. Took some of it and protected me.
Perfect. Yeah, it kind of washes across this kind of hard light blade, kind of harmlessly dissipating before it gets to you. Perfect. Okay. Who still needs to go?
I don't think I've gone this turn.
Okay.
So Gerhardt will let's see. I'd like to move back out of the near range. And he'll kind of crouch down behind as many of his companions as he can, and he's going to release his drone. And so in combat, the drone, how does that work exactly? Because what I'd like to do is I'd like to try to get it up and behind him and see if there is anything that I can see that might give us some advantage in this fight. Say if there's any weak point that he has or anything that's behind him that we might be able to utilize.
Excellent. Okay.
If he doesn't notice us.
So the drone is from one of the new chassis? Is that right?
No, it's just a consumable. That's one of my
Oh,
consumables.
oh. So that's from the Halo modifications.
I think it's actually just in the book. It's a surveillance drone.
Sweet.
Is
Okay.
scouting drone. As a use action, deploy a scouting drone. It lasts for 1 minute and is automatically destroyed if attacked. You can proceed through it for the duration and use move actions to move it on your turn. So I guess I'm just launching it this turn because I'm using a use action just to launch it.
Okay.
So I'm kind of just trying to take cover.
Right.
Yep. Move back out of the way. Try to get a little further away and then launch the drone so I can try to scout out without being in quite as much danger.
Okay. So yeah, you kind of back up, and this thing probably, I don't know, like detaches off of your back or something, and kind of like.
It's actually like it's a small module
nice.
that he has kind of attached to his underarm of his like the underarm of his oh my god, his armor. I can't think of the word. Yeah, like a wrist. And he just kind of launches this small drone with the camera and brings the HUD up on his camera.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, this kind of thing kind of whirs and kind of takes off. It probably has little thrusters on it because it operates in, even when there's no atmosphere. So it kind of lifts off into the room and begins starting to run scans and diagnostics. Anybody else?
Yeah. So my understanding is that me, so Monk, Gearhead, Fox, and Preacher are all basically in the same spot now, right? Close together.
Yeah, I think. No, Fox is near to the Prophet. I think all of the rest. Do what?
I was right behind Fox. So
okay, so then you are also near.
So yep, but we're still close to near to each other, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But if you are near to him, you'll have to roll your reactor die for the EMP aura.
Which I will ask Preacher to do since.
There you go. Good. Excellent.
Good to go. All right. So I'm going to do something because there's not a whole lot I can do without reactor die here. But I'm going to go ahead and reinforce. I'm going to reinforce both Preacher and Fox. And then I'll have to roll reactor die again for that. But so I want to give them both D6. So I'm going to tap into their systems. And I would imagine that for Monk, that's more of, again, he's kind of keeping an eye on where things are and where Phoenix is, what's happened with Gearhead. And so they're, tactically aware of what's going on. So they'll be reinforced for the next turn.
Perfect. So I believe that is the 4 of you. Now gone? Okay. It is once more the Prophet of Thought's turn. Seeing that he has Phoenix exactly where he wants her, he is going to once again try armor override against her and Fox. Those are the 2 people within range of him that he can see. So both of you please test system again. Keep in mind if you have disadvantage for some reason or another.
Yeah, both of those dice fail, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, disadvantage is at the 17. I can't get that, so I won't use the 6. So I'm a fail.
What you got, Fox? Success? Excellent. Fox, you once again feel this kind of resistance working through your Mjolnir armor, but you manage to kind of force it out and retain control of your suit. Phoenix, you watch almost helplessly as your armor comes back online. And on your next turn, you must attack your own allies and protect the Prophet to the best of your abilities. He is also going to turn to Gearhart. You are visible.
Probably. I went as far behind my companions as I could and crouched down.
That's right.
But I may still be somewhat visible.
Okay. So this is condemnation again. I need you to test presence, please.
God dang it. That is a 12 to a 12.
Wow,
So,
that's happened a lot this game.
I'm not rolling well. This is the first time I've used physical dice in a while, too.
Oh no.
This was the only set I could find that I hadn't moved already, like packed.
That's right.
And now these are going in dice jail forever.
I'm just gonna leave them here. Okay, so all of your tests are going to now be at disadvantage until you can successfully test presence on a future turn. As, again, a voice inside your head, between your ears, in your skull.
You are new, so like a child.
And
Will never be accepted as a part of this group.
he just petulantly screams back, I know, but I'm trying!
Excellent. Okay. That is him. We are now to Preacher.
Oh man. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. And the prophet hasn't been throwing any projectiles or anything at us at any time, right?
Not at all.
Okay. So drop shield would not make sense in this. All right. I am I'm going to use my inspire speech again. I'm going to use it on the commander. And I'm going to say, we must not tire of doing good, for we will reap at the proper time if we don't give up. So I'll inspire and give advantage to the commander. And then I am going to roll my reactor. Oh, no, wait, that's I rolled a 2, so my reactor actually will drop down to a D8 now. Finally getting overwhelmed by just taking on all this extra power. But I will reinforce Geralt, and he'll have a D6 to subtract from his attack or avoid damage.
All right. Once again, you feel bolstered by Preacher, Fox. And just in time, as, again, one of these hoses is broken under the mental control of the Prophet of Truth, and it spews its gas onto you. I need you, please, to test power.
So testing power, and I have advantage on that, or just in anything? It doesn't have to be this particular roll.
If you want to use it for this roll, you can. Otherwise, just use it on the next roll
hold
that
it
you want
Yep.
to.
You got it. Okay, I got a 10, so we're good.
Once again, you slough off this attempt at freezing you in place. That is the end of the round, so we're back to the 4 Spartans who lead us off.
So I'd like to move my drone up as close as I can. I don't know if this is going to be 1 move action or 2 to move it. Try to get it behind him. I want to try to see behind him and see if there's any weak spot or piece of equipment that we could maybe go for that might disable him or stun him or anything.
So, roll a systems check for me.
Okay, so that'll be at disadvantage. Hey, I rolled 2 7s, and those are both successes.
Good. Okay. So this thing immediately starts kind of sending data back to you in your HUD, and you realize that a lot of these systems, these cryo systems that are around this room that are being utilized to try to freeze you guys in place, could be shut down. And it might have an effect on this prophet. He seems to be relying on the machinery around him to help him an awful lot.
Is it obvious where I could try to shut this down?
I mean, obvious to you because you're a trained, soldier. Yeah, I would say so. And there's basically enough places that you can do this kind of thing that you would be able to do this with an action throughout the rest of this combat if you wished.
Okay. So was that both my move actions to get it over there and scan?
No, it's just one of your actions.
Okay, so then the other thing I'd like to do, so I'll just relay this, quickly through, like, it looks like we might be able to shut down some of his offenses. And then I just want to run the drone directly at the back of his head. Like, just try to distract him, get him to focus on it instead of us for at least one attack.
Excellent, okay. So it's going to have to enter his EMP aura in order to do that. So if you would please roll your reactor die.
Oh, okay.
Unless the preacher wants to do it for you.
It's funny because I almost took the judge handle. Yes,
I got it. I got
good.
it. I can do this one.
I was gonna say.
Okay.
I either way.
Well, I got it. So it's good. I got a 4 on a D6. So
okay. So yeah, you have scanned this information and have now sent it out to the rest of your fire team. The only person who did not hear that is Phoenix.
So I think Monk would want to act on that information pretty much right away. Sure. I will need, if Preacher's willing to roll for my reactor again, because I'm up against it.
I do, but again, just taking on 5, including myself, my reactor will drop down to a D6.
Ooh, okay.
And then, are there any of these any areas that I could move back to try to?
Yeah, you could move back into a far position. Absolutely.
Yep. So I want to move back out of this aura, and then so use my movement to get to one, and then I want to. I assume that's a systems check.
Yeah, it would be a system check.
What I can do
for sure.
Okay. That is good. I had 12 and I got a 16. So I rolled
Excellent.
12 in my system 16.
Okay, so describe to me how you shut down a part of the cooling system in this room.
So I think as Monk gets there, he's just, again, just moving quickly. Hands are moving quickly as he is, eyes flicking back and forth from his HUD to whatever this panel is that he's working on. And he starts to see how it's all intertwined, and you just hear some hissing and some of the whirring just kind of as some of this machinery starts to shut down. You said it's the cryogenic system?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So are there like multiple pods in the room? Is that how it's?
No, there's only this one pod in this room.
Okay.
But it's kind of all of these systems that seem to be feeding this one device.
Okay. So I would think that some of those, it's pretty obvious that it loses power to some of those systems, and you can hear them. You can hear and possibly see some of it shut down. And I will relay back to the group what I am seeing as far as what's working and how this is all goes together.
You do this, and the prophet.
No!
He is going to be stunned for a round. So,
Does that reveal me to him then, or am I still? I mean, I wouldn't be visible, but I don't know if that would mean he'd be able to tell where I'm operating from or not.
yeah, he may
I
not
should
know
probably shut
exactly
up.
where you are, but yeah, I would probably say you'd pop back into the visible spectrum. Okay, so that's 2 so far, I believe.
With Monk giving that moment of brevity, Fox will take that opportunity and immediately take a moment, lock a new clip back into the to the machine gun, and get ready to just rain hellfire on him. He will. Yep, he's just gonna. Yeah. All right. Cool. That'll hit, and then 4d4. Where did my other one? Not great as far as damage, though. So 3, 4, 5. So 7 damage as a barrage of bullets now goes into this stunned creature. We're not as weak as you think we are.
Excellent. How much total was that again?
9.
9 points. Okay.
Oh wait, no. Sorry, 7.
No,
7.
7.
I had to recalculate that. Yeah, there are 2 1s there.
Okay. You watch as he's not able to bring up his hand and cause any of your bullets to dissipate this time. And they strike truer than they have thus far. But he is still ambulatory in this chair, this floating, levitating throne. As he looks stunned, as he looks, he does also look enraged.
So, I'm assuming the stun doesn't affect the overriding armor, right?
Nope, not so lucky.
Okay. Yeah. And he turned it back on.
Oh yeah. You're ready to go. Rock and roll.
Yeah. So I think what everyone sees is that the slumped phoenix all of a sudden stands upright, and I'm attacking the person that just walked out because he's right there, and he hit. He hit the prophet. So inside the armor, I mean, Phoenix is like horrified, but this is what's happening. How far was Fox from? Was he near or was he close?
He was near.
So I guess I do the charging strike, which is the move action hit.
That sounds good. That sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds like what that would happen. Okay.
As soon as Phoenix starts getting up, Gerhardt's like, "Yeah, you got this!" And then as soon as she turns towards Fox, he's like, "No.
Yeah, you see she stands up, she's tall, and then she starts moving super quick like she does, and she runs towards Fox and kind of thrusts the blade at him. Am I still at disadvantage then?
No, currently not.
Okay, so this is just a regular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a pass. So D10 plus 2 damage. I'm sorry, Fox. So that's 8 points of damage.
Okay.
That I do on him.
I'm gonna mark that down.
That's just my move action. Oh.
Right.
Okay, so I have to roll a reactor die at this point because of charging strike.
Okay.
So am I still at a D4 then?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I rolled a 2.
Okay. So you have charged into Fox and brought this hard light sword down onto him just about the time that he's kind of caught unawares. You seize up and kind of power back down again.
Okay, that's okay. So I don't have to hit him again. And that is my turn. Because I am now still disabled again.
Okay. So that is the 4 of you. It is now his turn, however, he is stunned, so there's nothing that he can do this round. So, Preacher, you're up.
Yeah, seeing what's transpired, I see Phoenix attack the commander, and in doing so, overheats her reactor, basically, turning red, wop, 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 as her suit locks up. My suit is all like glitching, like because the reactor is being over tested, dropping 2 steps already. But seeing what Monk did, I am going to move to the nearest terminal, and then I will test systems and do what Monk did on shutting down some of these cryo stasis pods or whatever they are.
Excellent.
All right, I rolled an 11. My system's 16, so we're good to go.
Okay, so he will miss out on his second action for this round, remaining stunned. So that's going to skip us right past and back to the 4 Spartans who lead this thing off.
I would imagine. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna do mine. Because I think. So now I'm not controlled anymore. Correct.
So at the beginning of his next turn is whenever you would go away. Yep.
Okay, so go ahead.
Chad, you you can't hear me yet.
Would it be the beginning?
Go ahead.
Because she's gone through a whole turn of his. Because we skipped through his turn.
So yeah, he gets 2 turns.
Last time, so.
Yeah, he gets 2 turns in one round.
But I was controlled the round before, so after my turn, then it was his turn. I was no longer controlled at that point.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, she should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You are correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do for my turn is completely skip my turn so that my overheating reactor is cooled down.
Okay.
Can I get a confirmation, though? Is that 8 damage?
It is.
Directly to my hit points? Or to... Okay.
It'll take from your shields first.
From my shields first.
Yeah. Phoenix she kind of looked like she was shut down. She kind of came back online and rounded and charged straight at you and drove that light blade, that hard light blade down at you. Struck you and then immediately shut back down again.
Yeah, so now there's just this gleaming, it's just like liquid metal scar that runs down the middle of his armor, and he's just staring at her, like knowing that it's not her fault, but just like, what do I do?
You see? You cannot win. You are too weak. All of you.
So
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Monk's just going to continue working at this panel. If there's anything more he can do there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically have to just move to a different panel, but there's one within,
okay.
Yeah, there's one within range.
So I'll do that then. Oh. Go ahead, Fox.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, so if he's moving to the panels to do that, I have an idea of what I want to do for my round. I have a mine. Can I throw it in that creature's direction and then use my other attack to then detonate it?
So the mines are proximity triggered. So all you'd have to basically do is just throw it onto the floor beneath his chair, and the proximity of his chair levitating over it would activate it.
Sounds good. Okay, cool. That's all I needed to know.
I did roll a 4 on my system check, so that's another pass.
Okay, so again, he is going to be stunned for his first turn. Okay, so Phoenix is gone, Monk has gone. So we need Gearhart and Fox.
Gear, do you want to go first?
No, you go for it.
Okay. So I had this plan, and kind of pushing the shutdown Phoenix aside just a little bit to kind of push her out of the way and move so that she can not take damage from what is about to be incoming. Kind of like just like a curling motion. He like would slide that proximity mine out across the floor, and again, after it's let go, he'll hold up that machine gun immediately afterwards and wait for the proximity mine to go off, and then let in more damage.
Okay. So, let's see. When this is going to go off... how do I do that? He doesn't have a mobility to test. So, test mobility for me, if you would.
For you,
Fox.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sweet. That's a nat 1.
Okay.
So,
holy hell. All right, so
yeah.
this thing, you slide this thing straight underneath his chair, and it kind of locks in place on the floor, and immediately the red lights kind of at its surface, and there's this raucous explosion that flies. Oh my god. I guess you should have probably rolled the damage, but I rolled box
Oh, no.
stars. So, and with your 1, that means that's going to be 24 points of damage
Okay.
to him.
I feel like we're all okay with you having rolled that
I
damage.
feel okay.
Yeah, right?
How much? What dice did you roll? You rolled the 2d6s,
2d6.
right?
Yep.
And you got 6s? Yeah,
got box
I'm
cars,
okay
yeah.
with that. I got let's see. I got a 10. So you got that's fine. I'll let you take that extra damage. Cool.
I don't know why I even rolled it, but I was just like, yeah, that's 2d6 as it says on the screen. So
Might as well.
And then I was like, oh, that's a lot. Okay, so sorry to steal that thunder from you.
No, man.
Okay.
Is he still up? I mean, he
Fox.
takes 20 damage to the bottom.
Fox.
Yeah.
Please describe to me how this mine of yours ends the Prophet of Thought.
So I have seen these proximity mines before. I know how they work. So it slides under, then magnetizes to the bottom of the chair, right to the bottom of the chair. There's a couple of seconds of beep, 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 beep. And then Inferno goes upward. Instead of going outward, it's just full upward gust of it igniting into a torrent of flame as it engulfs this creature. And eventually, when all is said and done, when the life is out of it, I would imagine that the chair would sunder and fall to the ground.
Yeah, as this kind of explosion and fire just kind of consumes this prophet. He disappears in ash as this chair, like you said, this throne, falls to the ground, twisted and mangled and burnt by this explosion. This explosion has also torn open the roof of this sealed cryo chamber, and for a moment the five of you have to grab a hold of something or engage your maglock boots against the steel of this floor as the atmosphere inside this room and all of this hissing fog is forcibly sucked out of the explosion hole that was created, and this intense kind of pulling against you lasts for 20 seconds, maybe at the most, but it feels like an eternity as you're threatened to be pulled out into space. And finally, it dies down and you're able to regain complete control of yourself. Each of you, if you would... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just he was barely able to engage his mag boots at the last second because he was reeling from, his eyes were still locked on the drone footage right behind this thing as this mine went off and caught the drone in this explosion and just sent it hurtling, and his equilibrium was completely fucked as this thing just went like tumbling out as it exploded out into the lack of atmosphere. And he like locks his mag boots in and barely avoids throwing up into his helmet.
Yeah, imagine as the atmosphere is being sucked out of this room, Preacher is not screaming but talking loudly over the comms. UNSC, Carl Sagan, this is Firestorm Team needing immediate extract now.
This is the UNSC, Carl Sagan. We read you loud and clear, Fire Team. Fire Team Firestorm, we are inbound and we are hot.
Phoenix, you all good? You back to normal? You yourself again?
Yeah, I think also too, like in that whole blast of the suction of Phoenix had a kind of a rough go because she had been shut down and was probably partially sucked up and out, and it was only like a matter of luck that her system kind of came back online enough that she was able to kind of like grab something before being sucked out. So
do you still have that blade on you?
Yeah.
You could easily just be like, and harpoon, like just harpooning some sort of a wall into the.
Maybe that's exactly what she did. Is she was leaving it and she's like dug it in and it's like slides up until it grabs, but she's like way up there. So when you say, Phoenix, are you okay? I'm just like, yeah, I've been better.
Excellent. And we see a Corvette class gunship come in over the city, and it begins firing its multitude of machine gun batteries down at the Covenant forces in the city, and we see wraith balls being launched upwards at this Corvette ship, just splashing against the extreme amount of shields that this ship has. And you see a Pelican disembark and come rocketing downwards towards where the five of you erupt out of the bottom of this facility, back out onto that ice lake, boarding the back of the Pelican under heavy fire from elites, jackal snipers, more hunters, and ghosts and banshees bearing down on all of you. You manage to load up into the back hatch of this Pelican, and the moment that the last one of your boots hits that ramp, it begins raising up and the pilot is out of there. You finally board the UNSC Carl Sagan. It turns its big fat ass around and it jumps into slip space. We see from a much further away distance this rogue planet, this place that used to be the homeworld of the San Shum, the prophets, this ball of rock and ice hurtling through Jericho System. and in a moment there's a flash of light, and the whole thing shatters into a million pieces. And that is where we're going to end. So, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in this evening and watching along with us. I had such an incredible time. I hope that you guys did too. If you like what you saw, hit the like and subscribe button, all of that stuff. I'm going to pass things over back to my players so that they can say any parting words, plug anything else that they would like to plug, and then we're going to call this a night. So we're going to go in reverse order. Austin, you're up first.
Thank you as always for that was a blast. Jeremy, I will always happily jump in any game you are running. You are a fucking master of this, a master of the form. You always pull things together in such an incredible way. I always love your games so much. Such a blast. Thank you so much. And I believe Feeding America, is that the charity of the event? So please donate to Feeding America. As somebody who does social services for low-income folks, food banks are a massive, massive thing, especially right now. They are so important. I'd like to give a shout-out to anybody in Tacoma. Donate to Bikers Against Statewide Hunger. They are amazing. They bring food out every single month to the folks I work with. It's incredible. So please donate to Feeding America. Thank you so much for running this game, Jeremy, and thank everybody else for playing. I had so much fun playing with you folks. It's a blast as always. And AtCon 2020.
Absolutely, man. It was a joy to have you, Austin. I've gotten to see you at every single AtCon this year, so I'm glad that meeting virtually was no different. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, next up we have Chad.
Thank you, Jeremy, for allowing me to relive my 12 and 13-year-old self again and just have a blast, just beating the snot out of Covenant. This was super cool, man. I dug this. I loved every one of the characters. I thought everybody was super, super interesting. This was such a unique game and a very unique experience that I'm never going to forget. You did above and beyond, brother. So for those of you who do not know who I am, my name is Chad. I play games here on AbTab with a bunch of friends. Primarily the one in the corner over there, Alan. We are over on Mini Terrain Domain every Friday night playing Curse of Strahd. Yeah, I can't say enough about this. I'm going to gush forever. So thank you, Jeremy, for having this wonderful game. Definitely making some memories tonight.
Excellent, Chad. Thank you. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, Halo's always been a very special game to me, and I think Mecha Hack handles it really, really well. It's a lot of fun to see those two paired together. And obviously, talking about two paired together, I love having you on the channel, Chad. So thank you very much, man. Next up, we have Dwight.
Hey, so thanks again for having me here. This is a blast, as has been every game that I've gotten the chance to play with you. It's an honor to be a part of this AbTab group. I spent a lot of years actually just kind of watching on the sidelines, and then I've gotten more involved the last couple of years with Jake's channel over at MTD. But you can find me there on Monday nights. Again, I play in the All That Glitters game on Monday nights. Alternating Monday nights, and then Jake and I do Beards and Brushes, where we sit and talk about stuff and paint minis, which is a ton of fun. And I'm in and out of various games. I've seen all these faces before because everybody winds up on MTD at some point, it seems like, or Jeremy's channel. So I've seen everybody, but it's really awesome to get and play with you guys. I know I get to terrorize Karen here in a couple of weeks. She plays in my Call of Cthulhu game, which I derive a sick joy out of foisting my nightmares upon my players, and it's a good time. So, but thank you everybody for your support of AtConline and Feeding America. It's just a blast to be a part of this group. I'm so excited about this community. I've had a chance to do a few different charity streams this year, and the support we get out of this community is just phenomenal. So thank you again for having me, and I look forward to playing again here sometime soon.
Thank you very much, Dwight. Like I said, it was a pleasure to have you back on the channel. And anytime you were welcome. You guys are doing a killer job with AtConline and every stream that I've watched you guys run, that have watched you help Jake produce. So you guys do amazing work, and please keep it up. And yes, I cannot echo that enough. If you like live plays, if you like positive communities that support creativity with kindness, then check out the Absolute Tabletop official Facebook group. It is full of people like this, and games like this get put together there all the time. All right, next up we have Karen.
So I'll just start by saying thank you so much for running this game, for putting this together for us. I love Mecha Hack. I feel so badass to get to do this kind of stuff, and playing Halo on top of that was really kind of cool. I mean, I haven't played a lot of the video games. I only was able to play like the original one, but this still brings back memories, and I love it very much. So thank you, and to all the amazing players. This was a really fun game. I really enjoyed what we all did here tonight. So I'm going to echo everybody else's things. AbTab group is amazing, and what they're doing with this AtConline is simply wonderful. So yes, donate if you can. And Dwight, it's a good thing I'm a masochist, because you terrify the shit out of me in those games, so I love it. Anyway, thank you all, everyone, and I'll see you next time.
As always, it's fantastic to have you on the channel, Karen. Thank you for agreeing to play in this, and I'm glad that you had a great time. It sounds like you, me, and Chad may be the only people who ever had played Mecha Hack before, or at least as a player. So, wow, that's really cool. I'm glad that I was given that honor for the other three of you. Hopefully I didn't mess you up for future Mecha Hack games with the rule changes and stuff. So, all right, last but certainly not least, Alan.
Yeah, sorry, Jeremy. You know the saying, once you go Jeremy, you never go back. So let me just say, first of all,
that's true.
Yeah. No, first, let me just say, Jeremy, yeah, everybody said, thank you for running this game, and it's true. Thank you for, I always enjoy being a part of your games, and, thank you for inviting me over to this one. I think you did such a wonderful job of blending Mecha Hack, or, two Absolute Tabletop products, Mecha Hack and the Frozen King, taking those two supplements, making it, and then making your own hack on top of that with the Halo, patching those three things together, making it your own, and it felt seamlessly on top of the production value that you did on your own stream with the art. I felt like we were in the Halo universe, as with any of your other games, but I thought it was great. All the art was on point, the music, everything. So phenomenal job. Thank you so much. And, thank you guys. Wonderful playing with all you guys. Always is. Absolute Tabletop community is very near and dear to me. It's basically where I've met all of you guys and multiple of other people. And as Austin has said, please, if you have the means, donate to Feeding America. And there's more AtCon 2020 stuff going on tomorrow. So just stay tuned to all that, as Dwight and Jake are doing a phenomenal job over on the Mini Terrain Domain channel in producing those streams. So again, thank you so much. And I'm Alan, and you can find me at CFT RPG and on any of the social media stuff. And that's all I've got. So
thank you very much, Alan. That means a lot to me, man. I appreciate that sincerely. Like I said, I love Halo. I've played it for a long time. It's probably the only reason why I'm still playing video games to this day, and why I didn't give it up as a teenager. And obviously I love role-playing games. Mecha Hack is a specific love of mine, so being able to bring this to life was a joy. and especially with the 5 fantastic players that I had this evening and the characters that you guys brought. So thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of this game and for bringing your A game. Anybody who mentioned a channel, you should be able to find that in the description of this down below. Please do go check them out. I highly encourage you to do so. They all produce great content if they have a channel, and if not, they're playing in fantastic content, bringing their A game everywhere they go. So please give them love and support. Speaking of love and support, I echo what some of my players have mentioned. ATConline 2020 is a charity event. We are donating money and raising awareness and money for Feeding America. Please go to atcon.absolutetabletop.com, I believe is the link. And you can get a t-shirt, the proceeds of which will go directly to Feeding America, or you can donate directly to the charity itself. It is a very worthwhile cause, and I'm honored to be able to run games that are even indirectly tied to this event. Not only because AbTab is such a special group, but because we get to play games and help people by doing so. I can't think of a better way to spend my time than what we're doing this weekend. So, yeah. With that said, thank you all so much for tuning in, whether you watched live with us this weekend or whether you're watching at some point in the future. I love all of you. Be kind, wear a mask, wash your hands. Everybody's going through a lot of shit, but we can do it together. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.